Good late afternoon. The Oxnard City Council is meeting today for a special meeting, and I'll just very quickly. The date is January 15th, Wednesday, and it's just after 5:30, and we are meeting in closed session first, and at 6 p.m. we'll start the specially scheduled City Council meeting. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to confer with its attorneys. The title of the litigation being discussed is the California Public Utilities Commission proceeding to develop an electricity integrated resource planning framework and to coordinate and refine long-term procurement planning requirements. And before we recess the closed session, we'll ask the City Clerk to take the roll, please.
Councilwoman Besoa. Here. Councilmember Lopez, absent for the moment. Councilman McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal, absent for the moment. Councilmember Prello. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez.
Here.
Mayor Flynn.
Here.
Mayor, the agenda for this meeting was posted in the City Hall kiosk on Wednesday, January 8th, with a minor update sent on January the 14th.
Thank you. And Madam City Clerk, I don't presume we have speakers for the closed session item? Okay, and we'll now recess and resume at 6 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the special City Council meeting. The date is January 15th. City Council was just in closed session, and we'll have the City Attorney make an announcement if necessary.
Thank you, Mayor. The Council met in closed session on the matter of the PUC proceeding and provided direction to legal counsel.
Thank you very much. And so what we'll do here then is it has an opening ceremony for a Pledge of Allegiance. Of course, the tradition here is in the council chambers that we also have a moment of silence. Is there any request from a member?
I would like to request thoughts go out to Barbara Macri-Ortiz's mother, Tony, who's suffered a stroke and also Dr. Manuel Lopez in the hospital, who's very ill. So just good thoughts for those two.
I'd like to request that we consider all of the people in the military with the current world state of affairs.
Please rise. Councilman McDonald, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Please place your hand over your heart and join me in saluting the flag of our nation by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Be seated, please. And Madam City Clerk, we did take roll at the very beginning of the closed session, but we'll go ahead and take the roll again, please.
Councilwoman Basua?
Here.
Councilmember Lopez?
Here.
Councilman McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal is absent for the moment. Councilmember Perello? Here. Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez?
Here.
And Mayor Flynn?
Here. So we will begin then with item E under reports. This is on the first page of the agenda. And item 1. And this is quite lengthy. And I will go ahead and start. City Attorney Department. Subject, 9212 report regarding A, expansion of duties of elected city treasurer by appointing the city treasurer as the Director of Finance and giving the city treasurer additional duties pursuant to that new role. Authority over the city's finance department. Selection and oversight of internal auditor. Establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly financial reports. Establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly performance measures for city departments, and preparation and submittal of the annual city budget. Item B, early termination of Measure O sales tax if specific pavement standards for city streets and alleys are not met. Extension of Measure O sales tax for an additional 5-year period if specific pavement standards are met. C, new requirements regarding the way in which city council meetings, council committees, and other legislative bodies are run. The recommendation that the City Council receive an Election Code Section 9212 report prepared by Branson of Russ Branson Consulting regarding the following 3 initiatives certified by the City Clerk as sufficient. A, expansion of duties of elected city treasurer by appointing the city treasurer. Mr. Fisher, do I need to read all of those again? I just read the very same ones. If I can avoid reading them, I will.
Please read them. We can.
A, expansion of the duties of elected city treasurer by appointing the city treasurer as Director of Finance and giving the city treasurer additional duties pursuant to that new role. Authority over city's finance department. Selection and oversight of internal auditor. Establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly financial reports. Establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly performance measures for city departments in preparation and submittal of annual city budget. B, early termination of Measure O sales tax if specific pavement standards for city streets and alleys are not met. extension of Measure O sales tax for additional 5 years, period, if new pavement standards are met. And C, new requirements regarding the way in which city council meetings, council committees, and other city legislative bodies are run. So that is item number 1. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. So on December 17th, the clerk certified the sufficiency of the initiatives for the 4 petitions that are to be addressed tonight. So the 3 on this item, the city engaged Mr. Branson to create a 9212 report, which he is here to present. And I won't speak too much on this and have Mr. Branson give his report, and then we can have a further discussion afterwards as to, certainly in the council discussion and questions, what the next steps are. And without further ado, I'll have Mr. Branson come up and present his report.
Okay, Mayor, council members, it's a pleasure to be here before you tonight. It's a pleasure here to be here before you tonight. Just a little bit before I get started, I was hired to do the 9212 report for the initiatives that are before the city. But about my background, I am the founder of Russ Branson Consulting, but I've done 2 other kind of tranches of jobs. I've done consulting for 16 years in 2 different firms, working with public entities, as well as spent 14 years with the city of Roseville as finance director, administrative service director, and assistant city manager. So I have both that direct experience in a city, as well as the experience working with many jurisdictions throughout California on issues of budget and organization and other issues that come up, such as this here as well. Working with me on this project was Patty Francisco from MRG. She is not here tonight as she had a previously scheduled vacation, but she was also a part of this process as well. So the background, I think that was discussed a little bit in terms of this has been something that started last spring with the circulation of petitions on the initiatives. It kind of culminated to this point on December 17th at the council meeting where you called for this study. And so that's what I'm gonna present tonight is the results of my my evaluation of the impacts of 3 of the 4 initiatives that have that are currently been certified by the county elections office. In looking at the initiative impacts, 3 broad areas that I'm looking at is governance, organizational structure, and fiscal impact. Each of these initiatives affects these categories in different ways, and which will become. I'll talk about in each my sense of the impacts for those under each. Starting with, this is the language I think that has been read a couple times already in terms of the expansion of duties of elected city treasurer. Throughout this presentation and the report I provided, I shortened this title to the Treasurer Expansion Initiative. And I show the relative impacts here of this initiative, primarily impacting the governance of the city, organizational secondly, and then has a lower fiscal impact in terms of its overall impact. The Meeting Requirements Initiative has a broader organizational impact, some impact on governance, and again, a small fiscal impact for the city going forward. And then the Measure O Termination Initiative, which has an outsized fiscal impact, will also have a big impact on the organization and a little less so on governance. So let's just jump into the expansion of duties of elected city treasurer. And as I go through this one I get fairly deep into the measure itself. And so this is probably the most in depth we'll talk tonight in terms of any of these initiatives. The expansion initiative does a number of things. Appoints the treasurer as a finance director, and I'll start right off by getting to some of the governance or organizational issues. Currently, a finance director is an appointee of the city manager. It grants authority over the city's finance department. Currently, a city manager duty to oversee the finance department broadly as the manager for all city departments. Selection and oversight of the city's internal auditor. Currently, this is a council responsibility. Believe it's something you just did recently in re-upping a contract with Price Page. To do that, this would give the selection of that over to the elected city treasurer. Establishment, preparation, submittal of monthly financial reports. City finance director duty, and again, ultimately responsibility for city manager. Establishment, preparation of monthly performance reports. This is a big one. City manager duty, but we'll talk about this a little more, broad oversight for all city departments with that. And then preparation, submittal of annual city budget. City manager responsibility, and I'd say one of the most important duties of the city manager each year is to prepare a budget in line with council policies. So that's the broad summary of what this will do, what this initiative will do. It will also result in a significant increase to the treasurer's compensation. There's the statutory compensation, which is about $5,400 a year. The way Oxnard, under current ordinances, runs this, the city clerk and city treasurer, who are elected positions, also function as department heads and get paid accordingly. But even with that, this would most likely be a big jump in compensation for the treasurer there. So let's talk about each of the areas. We talked about the finance director, city manager, and council duties would be affected. So what does the finance department do? Finance department oversees general accounting for the city, budget management, and actually does the work of preparing the budget, although the budget ultimately, as it comes to you, is from the city manager and has the city manager's approval. Purchasing, and then mail and courier services. So each of these departments each of these areas affect every department in the city to a lesser or greater degree, but general accounting, budget management, purchasing, interactions with every department in the city, and very broad reach that finance has as a department in the city. Duties of the city manager. So one of the things we're talking about here, prepare and deliver annual budget to the city. This will come up again, because it's a big deal in terms of changing this. City manager needs to base this on council priorities. What happens if the city manager keeps bringing you budgets that don't match your priorities, right? You'll get a new city manager. You have that authority to do that, to say, we need to have this done. City manager is responsible for hiring, firing, and managing department heads. Especially on the managing department heads piece. The performance measurement part of this initiative takes that from the city manager to some degree. It's hard to tell exactly how that plays out. And the hiring and firing, the elected treasurer position would be over a number of different people within the city. Unclear how that all works out as well. Report relevant and timely information to city council so that council can provide adequate policy direction for the city. This is a job of the city manager, less so a job of the elected treasurer in a separate elected position. So this shifts some of those duties from the city manager to the treasurer. So impact on city council oversight. Part of what you do as a city council is provide policy direction on development of annual budget. Here's how we want to see our money spent. And when you get that back each year, when you get the budget, it should pretty much match up with what the policy direction you've been giving along the way. Hiring and managing the city's internal auditor and whistleblower programs. You want someone that's independent. You want someone that will report to you. This takes that away from you and shifts it to the elected treasurer. And ensuring proper oversight of city operations and finances. Right? Again, if it's not being done in accordance with city standards, the council may compel the city manager to make changes or replace the city manager. So it goes from the city council, the city manager, all departments in the city is the current umbrella. This changes that umbrella to having council over part of it, elected treasurer over another part, and a lot in the middle that I think will be fairly muddled. And effectively, as I have in the blue box, the initiative reduces the city council's authority, I believe, and splits key policy oversight for the city finances. I think creates a schism in governance for the city of Oxnard. And then just a looming issue here is what is required qualifications. If we have somebody who's elected to not only have treasury duties, but run the finance department and present the budget to you, develop and present the budget to you, and hire internal auditors. This is the odd part of all this. The requirements to be elected for anyone in the state of California is that you're registered to vote, which means you're 18, you're a U.S. citizen. You're registered in Oxnard, which means you live in Oxnard. Not currently in state and federal prison or on parole for a felony, not currently found mentally incompetent. So those are the general broad qualifications, right? So that's another issue here. Under the current process you have, everything can be controlled by the council through the manager. Even the fact that the city clerk and the city, the elected treasurer have departmental administrative duties, those can be reassigned, and the city council can actually change ordinances around those things. If this gets adopted, and we'll talk about this a little later, if this not gets adopted, if this gets approved by the voters, the city council will not be able to change those portions of the ordinance that have been approved by the voters. So it would have to go back to the voters for approval. So I want to take you through the text of this with some of the key impacts from each of the areas of the initiative. I'll only do it on this one, but it's going to, gets a little lengthy because there's a lot in this initiative. So I have the underline is new, the strike through is what's existing and taking out, and areas where it's neither, it means it's existing text. So we start with the treasurer shall be the director of finance, right? So that's, and the city manager doesn't assign anything to the finance director anymore. If this happens, the council will lose direct policy oversight of the budget development, even though there's some reference to, as the policy as the council kind of advises, there is no requirement, and if it doesn't come back with your policy, there's really no recourse except hope the elected treasurer doesn't get elected at the end of their 4-year term. Consolidates electoral and administrative oversight into a single elected official, and then eliminates city manager's oversight of the finance function. There shall be a finance department headed by the director of finance, the city treasurer. So it's not just designated as the finance director and the chief financial officer, but also will be over the department of the city. Again, moves critical oversight of the city's finance into a single elected official without a professional qualifications requirement. Now, when you hire a finance director, that person needs to have experience, they need to have education, they need to go through a process of being selected. This eliminates all of that. And it's unclear here how this impacts the normal hiring, firing, discipline of employees, which come under purview of the city manager. How does that work with a department actually led by statute by an elected person? City manager and city attorney shall in good faith cooperate with and be responsive to the requests for information. I think that should be, it should be a given that people that are working in the city should cooperate in good faith. But I think this does a couple things as I see it. Anticipates resistance in the reallocation of these governance responsibilities. And it doesn't define what good faith means, nor does it require good faith on on behalf of the treasurer. And good faith doesn't mean saying yes. So that's, again, vague in terms of what that means. Then it talks about the duties of the treasurer to report to council the extent the city manager and city attorney who reports to council directly have supported or hindered the city treasurer's fulfillment of his duties. This creates a potential conflict, I believe, between the treasurer, the council, the city attorney, city manager, based solely on the treasurer's perception of have they supported what he's or she's wanted to do. The bottom one is just says where the finance director used to assist in budgeting. Now it's financial reporting and budgeting is under the finance director, and it just again reflects the shift in complete oversight of the budget from the city manager to the treasurer, and shifts decision-making power on what's funded and what is paid from the city manager to the elected treasurer. So that's a big shift because an elected treasurer does not report to the council. Treasurer compensation, this is where we talk about, that this is a current ordinance, which just says treasurer shall receive compensation for performance of administrative duties, just in line with how those are paid. And so just on a statutory basis, the clerk and the treasurer receive $5,400 a year for their statutory duties. They receive additional pay for their administrative duties. This could increase that administrative pay up to, with benefits, about $336,000 a year, which is the current compensation for your finance director. But because these are now for an elected position, this locks that in place. There's no optionality in terms of who's doing these, who's the best person to do the administrative work. Internal controls, at least one person be a CPA. You have a CPA on staff now, so that's something that currently you do, but this also reduces the flexibility that that the city might have in the future, as there's no broad requirement for a CPA to be in the finance department, and you want to hire the best people, not just people with the right that have a CPA on them if they're not the best person. The director of finance, and I have in quotes as much or in italics bracketed, which really means whenever it says finance director, it really means the elected city treasurer is going to design the system of controls that it currently is done. This really isn't an impact, except it changes the fact that now there's really no oversight of whatever those controls are, because it all comes under a single elected position. The city, now this is when the city council may establish controls as long as they don't undermine the plenary authority of the director of finance. I have to tell you, I had to look up what is plenary authority. It's not something I use very often, so I decided to put that. I didn't know how many other people besides Mr. Fisher might know what that is. And so it's a power that is wide-ranging, broadly construed, and often limitless for all practical purposes. So with this, to me, it underlines that the goal of this is to give plenary authority to the elected treasurer over finance and the treasury, and that the council, as long as you don't impinge on that, you can do whatever you want. The next thing is that they select and see the internal auditor. You do that now. The city contracts with PricePage. You have a whistleblower program that's run by PricePage. What this does, though, it means that the person who's selecting and hiring the auditor is also the one most likely the auditor will be auditing, which just is a recipe for corrupt practices. Not that anyone now is being corrupt, but you like to have a separation of duties. When I was a finance director, I always say to my staff, you can only be, you can only have some kind of fraud from somebody you trust, because you don't put somebody you don't trust in a position where they're dealing with money or other things. So you always have separations of duties. You always put people in a position where there's someone else who has some oversight over them. This takes that oversight away. And so it's not a personal thing, it's just it's a bad practice in terms of how you'd want to set things up. So the city attorney or the city treasurer with the city attorney will report any findings of malfeasance or criminal conduct. Okay, this is one that they should do. All city staff should do. City council, if you know of something, you should report that. I'm not sure what this does or what it's trying to do, but this is definitely something that that should be done. And frankly, you're most likely to have financial malfeasance in the Treasury and Finance Department areas. And so this is where you, again, want some broader oversight of these other areas by people who have some ability to make changes if needed. Financial transparency. This is talking about overseeing design and implementation of financial transparency program that has a lot of things that, that are in there that I think the city would like to do, but has not been able to do because of the current financial system, which you're in the process of replacing. We'll have more of that. And it's not that it can't be done, but to do that would require additional city staff who'd have to scan thousands of documents. So it's, do you have the money? You just laid off 20 or 30 positions? I can't remember somewhere I have in here this past year. So there is some things going on here that the city is working towards. When you're talking about disclosing submitted bids, vendors may not want what the bids submitted. I believe that what you're bidding for is already out there. And then professional services, which are generally chosen on qualifications, not price. If you're putting all the bids out there, it can just lead to some confusion because you're not buying a widget, you're buying a professional service, and you want the best person, the best group, the best firm, whoever that is, and sometimes that might cost a little more. This is again the one where just lots of reports. I think. The staff is either doing some of this reporting right now or would like to do some of this reporting once the system is replaced, but to do it would require additional staff. Under performance measurements, so this for each department, Director of Finance, which is the elected city treasurer, will establish performance measurements pertaining to department's core functions with no fewer than one performance measurement based on cost, one based on quality, and one based on timeliness. The City Council may establish additional measures by resolution. I'll just, what I say up here is this requirement is out of sync for what you want an elected member of the city to do. It's out of sync really with what, the city manager has responsibility for this, but the city manager would be depending on input from staff, and you do have performance measures in your budget right now by department that are there. Performance measures are difficult to set. It's difficult to have measures that really give that sense of what's happening, and maybe that's the frustration that's being expressed within this part of the initiative. But they must be set in consultation with departments, so you're getting something you really know. And to have a single person whose qualifications are they're registered to vote and we're able to get elected, setting performance measures for police, performance measures for fire, performance measures for recreation, performance measures for your community development, right? It doesn't make sense, and it could definitely lead to, and what I say is just politicize that process, because now it's an elected person doing this, and they may be more concerned with how this looks for their next election than they are for the actual performance of the city council. The publishing the historical performance measures monthly. Again, I think a lot of performance doesn't really come monthly where it has any real meaning, so you'd be spending a lot of time doing something that may not give you anything really of substance in the long run anyway. Okay, and then, this is the submit once a month to the clerk, their performance measures, and we've talked about that. So again, this is where we're talking about the shift in budget specifically, that it currently says the city manager shall submit to city council. Now it says Director of Finance, who's the elected city treasurer, shall submit to the city council the annual budget. So this, as we've talked about, shifts the responsibility from the city manager to the treasurer. Council really can't enforce the budget development under council policy. So I don't know what the disagreement was. Part of when I was looking at what's been happening in the city of Oxnard, and I'm doing my Google research, one of the things that came up specifically on the budget was from one of your local papers, and the quote was from the current treasurer, who I do not know, but the quote was, "I disagree with the city's budget." I don't know what that disagreement was, but to me, that encapsulated the issue that you're going to have. If someone disagrees with your budget, who now has the power to say, here's your budget, that's a problem for you as a council anyway, and I think a problem for the governance of the city. Conflicts in policy would be resolved by the council taking that budget and making changes. So the way your current ordinance reads is that if the city manager gives you a budget and you can't get to the point where you can approve that budget for whatever the reasons are, that on July 1st, if you haven't adopted that budget, the budget that's been presented to you goes into effect. And so what you get to, if you get a budget from an elected treasurer who says, here's your budget, and it's very far off from city council priorities and you can't adopt it, it will go into effect until you are able to have a budget that you can adopt. And then how does that work? Because once that's done, you're then relying on the treasurer to actually enact the budget through the finance department processes. And the finance department pays the bills, and the finance department tells somebody if they have enough money to do something. So it's a recipe, I think, for disagreements with no clear path for how to do something. And now the path for most things, if there's a disagreement, the path is 4 votes. 4 of you get to decide what to do. And hopefully it's all of you, right, that decide. You have a lot of unanimous votes that you're moving in the same direction. But if you don't, it's 4 of you. This really changes a lot of what goes on in the city to one person's opinion, one person's view of the policy, and that might be fine for a given treasurer, and it may not be fine for the next one, right? So elections can change a lot of things. And this just says, notwithstanding section 9217, and 9217 says if it's passed by the voters, if they approve it, to change it, they've got to pass it again. So it limits your ability to make changes related to what voters have approved. So the city's organized in a typical your council manager form of government. And again, the city council, we talked about this, city council hires a city manager who hires department heads to run this. You also have an elected city clerk, an elected treasurer, and while they have statutory duties under their elections, there are administrative duties that give a kind of this dotted line to the city manager. So there's who oversees all administration. So but with the change, what you have is the finance department, performance monitoring, city budget move from the oversight of the city council and oversight of city manager into the treasurer's department. And then more broadly, I want to say, because if it looks like, oh, you're just changing the finance department, really the finance department, affects everybody. Every department in the city. Performance monitoring affects every department in the city. What the budget is, right? So what gets funded, what doesn't get funded can affect every department in the city. And I have the city manager cut out there because within those realms, it really cuts out the city manager who's currently over those areas. So I tried to look around. Has anybody else done this, right? So I did a kind of a detailed city-by-city look for five counties. I think there's Ventura, Los Angeles, Kern, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties, and looked at cities that had elected treasurers, saying, does anybody have an elected treasurer finance director? Does that combination exist? I couldn't find any. Right? So some, like Oxnard, has some administrative duties assigned to a treasurer. Oxnard probably has more than most, but no others. And I'm not aware of anywhere else in the state that does this. It's not uncommon for appointed finance directors to also be treasurers. In my position for the city of Roseville, I was a finance director treasurer, both appointed positions. It didn't have an elected treasurer. And that works because you're vetting applicants. You make sure applicants have the proper qualifications, proper experience, and also because we all make mistakes. We've all made hiring mistakes, right? If I only, I would have done something differently if I knew. You have an ability to do something differently. If their performance is poor, if they're not a good leader, if they're inappropriate within the workplace, if they've lost the confidence of the city manager, that position, and those positions in most jurisdictions are at-will positions, so if they're not doing well, they can say, thanks a lot, your services are no longer needed. You can't do that with an elected position. That even the state of California has an elected treasurer, but the appointed finance director, because you need someone who really understands finance when it comes to who runs your numbers. So fiscal impacts. So the fiscal impacts that I've looked at here. So one, you have when the treasurer is the CFO. I show savings there because if you take away the current CFO position, there's a payment for the treasurer now. This is the net payment. So what the CFO makes with benefits versus what the treasurer makes. But at the same time, performance measure staff. I think you'd have to add a couple staff. This is detailed a little more specifically in the report, but you'd have to add a couple staff to help with just performance measures. You'd have to have staff to help with the financial management reporting aspects. And then the biggest piece of this, and this is more of a guess, but I think a real impact, is the council response to a shift in powers to treasurer. As we talked about, if you're all of a sudden you don't have direct policy control over what comes to you in terms of a budget, that you may need to hire some additional staff to help present. If you have to go through line by line and change the budget, that may need to happen. So that's one just saying you might need 3 or 4 positions to kind of counterbalance the fact that there's been this big schism in terms of oversight of critical city functions. So this is the summary of all I've talked about. I won't spend a lot of time on this now because I think I just talked a lot about it. There's really nothing new there. But again, I'll say from the standpoint, well, what's the biggest impact? I think the biggest impact of this is governance. So splits the governance oversight, really places the treasurer as the most powerful position, supplants city manager's duties, and establishes treasurer's plenary authorities. I came to look at this as kind of where if you didn't have your council manager form of government, you might have a strong mayor form of government. I came to look at this as a strong treasurer form of government, which I'm not aware of any in California. So now the second one, meeting requirements initiative. This had several areas, governance. That meetings of all legislative bodies should be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. Meeting times, any legislative bodies have to meet after 5 on weekdays, after 9 a.m. on weekends. Staff presentations have to be videotaped ahead of time. And that's right now, the council agendas are posted. Council agendas are posted 12 days in advance. I think some other committees, I don't know all the timing, but it's maybe a little less. But then the primary role of staff becomes to answer questions and not to give presentations. It's unclear whether that means you could play those videotapes at council meetings or not. But we'll talk about that a little more because that's really one of the biggest impacts. And then the other is just public comment, that members of the public may address the council on any item has already been considered by a committee composed exclusively of the legislative body. And so reasonable accommodations for presentations of videos, PowerPoint. Presenters shall be required to provide hard copies of presentations to the legislative body. So let's talk about what is legislative body? What does that mean? And there are different ways of looking at that. But specifically, the initiative says a legislative body is as defined by Government Code 54-952. And I realized as I was going through this, I should have put that definition in here. I'll just read it very briefly. The governing body of a local agency or any local body created by state or federal statute. So that's the council, and a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of legislative body. And then any legislative body, or standing committees of a legislative body, irrespective of their composition, which have a continuing subject matter jurisdiction or a meeting schedule fixed by charter, ordinance, resolution. So that'd be the council committees. So what I have here, I went through and looked at all of the current, what I think would be defined, as I understand it, what would be defined as a legislative body is pretty much all the council committees, commissions, citizen committees, and boards within the city. That's as I understand and read what's in this initiative. Looking at those, it says at least 20. It's actually, I counted, I think that was a typo on my part, at least 15. What would be termed legislative bodies in the cities, with an estimated 398 meetings per year, about 398, not meetings, 398 presentations per year. And then, so what that would mean, based on this initiative, is that staff would have to videotape 398 presentations prior to the meetings of that legislative body. Now, I'll just say that in terms of how I came up with this number is I asked the city for the presentations, and they had actual counts for city council committees, and the planning commission, and then everybody else, for every other committee, I assumed one presentation per meeting. So maybe there's some with none, but that's how I got to that number. For the biggest ones, they're actual from last year, and assuming that occurs, that's an average number per year, and the other's one per meeting. So what's the fiscal impact of doing pre-meeting videos, right? So that's really where this impact from my perspective is on a fiscal basis here. Is that if you're going to do pre-meeting videos, you have 398 presentations a year. Staff are going to have to do that, before the agendas go out. You're going to have to set up a time to video. There's going to probably have to be some editing time. There'll be some practice time. People get nervous enough about doing this, let alone having a video up on the internet. And so we really say if you're going to do this, if this happens, you're going to have some pre-record, you're going to have to have some video production assistance to do this, because it's not going to be someone with an iPhone sitting there and recording themselves. It needs to be something that the public can understand. It's going to live on the website. People are going to see it. They need to be able to, it needs to be done professionally. And so looking at that, so there's really two options. One's you hire staff. And again, you just had a layoff this last year, but you hire staff to do this, and the estimated cost is about $175,000 a year for a couple staff members, along with equipment that you'd have to purchase, as well as to replace on a regular basis. Another option is to contract this out, and that's a little more difficult to kind of understand what the cost is, but looking at a couple websites and what that might cost, came up with about a $250 to $400 per hour estimate, and then kind of a range of $150,000 to $250,000 per year. And probably if you did this, contracting would be the way to go in terms of how you might want to do that. What this cost doesn't include, and I kind of found this out late in the process and did not have time to estimate the cost for this, is translation of presentations in Spanish, which is now provided for presentations at least at council meetings. And I don't know if there are other meetings as well, but that would need to be a part of this as well, and is not included. So we talked about the summary meeting requirements. So the biggest issue here is the organizational issue. So I'll just focus on that. There will be some required training and monitoring to make sure everyone's doing Robert Rules of Order, that there's an understanding of that and what it means. There'll be some probably retraining of that. That inability to schedule legislative bodies meetings, especially for senior commission and design review, which I think they're in during the day for a reason, because the people who have an interest in them want to come during the day and are available during the day. Most others, except the council committees, already meet at night or pretty close to that 5 p.m. where it would be less difficult to do that, to make that shift. And there'll be some loss of productivity in pre-recording the legislative or pre-recording presentations in the legislative body. And the reason that would be their loss of that productivity is they're going to have to take time out of their work day. Instead of, they've already done the presentation, they're still going to have to be there for the council meetings, and now they have to do them ahead of time. So that's a big chunk of time. And the other piece that I just want to mention that I haven't didn't hit on very strongly is the inability to have meetings before 5 p.m. on weekdays. Most council committee meetings, there's 5 council committees, most meet before 5 p.m. They meet twice a month on off weeks. They were, as my understanding, they were created because the council used to meet weekly. This is a way to give more discussion about specific items by council members who really know that area. This would, I think, make that difficult to do, and it could result in you going back to weekly meetings, depending on how you wanted to respond to that. All right, Measure O. Talked about Measure O. This is the last initiative I'm talking about tonight, and this is the one with the biggest fiscal impact. And probably the most straightforward one to understand in terms of what this would mean for the city. Effectively, as we've, as shown up here, what Measure O states is that we're going to tie the continuance of the half-cent sales tax, which is a general tax of sales tax of the city. We're going to tie that to improving our street and alley quality, which is not a bad goal at all, to improve street and alley quality. I know it's a goal the city has, but based on a PCI level. And we'll talk about a PCI level just in the next slide in terms of what that means. But basically, if you don't meet these levels by these specific times, 6 months later, Measure O terminates. So that's simply put what that is. So what's the PCI? Pavement Condition Index is what the PCI is, and it is a measure of the condition of streets and alleys. So the higher the number, the better the street condition. We have both the conditions listed here in terms of what the range is this is what the city uses, what the city's consulting engineer uses, who does your pavement condition index reporting. So you can see you're at currently 61, and that's as of a report that was actually just updated last week on the 7th of January. The report that was done in 2018, you had a 63. You've gone down to a 61. So the condition has worsened a little. And so that is right in the middle of fair condition overall. But you can see I didn't have the updated percentages from January 7th, so I took them from 2018. You can see the percentage of streets within your system that are each of these levels. So you have a lot of your streets are fair and above. A big chunk is fair, and then you have probably more than you want that are poor or failed state, and alleys are worse than streets as an overall. So this is a real problem in terms of how do you improve your streets. It's a problem that not just the city of Oxnard faces. Every city is facing. How do we fund this? But tying it to Measure O, I think is an issue. So I have here, Measure O was passed by 65% to the voters, so it's a general tax, right? If it was special tax, it would require 2/3 approval. This just missed that, but it was never, even if it had gotten 2/3 approval, it wouldn't be a special tax. It's still a general tax. It required a 50% plus 1. This was the purpose: to protect, maintain, and enhance vital services, including police, fire, emergency response, increasing street paving, pothole repair, and improve traffic flow, expanding youth recreation, and on and on and on. So it was meant to do a lot of things, and these are the things that the city does, right? So very general, broad expectation for what services would be improved by this tax. So here's the quandary that this initiative presents for the city and for the voters, if it goes before the voters. The initiative presents a quandary is that the city really has two options. If this passes, you have two very broad options. Oh, thank you. One option is that you try and meet the initiative's PCI level requirements. Say, okay, we're going to try to do this. The outcome is that you would have to dedicate 100% of Measure O revenues to improving streets and roads, plus you'd have to divert about $204 million from general fund and gas tax fund, to the extent you could get that, towards roads as well. And we'll talk about that more in depth, right? So it's everything that Measure O currently gives you, plus another $200 million to make that work. Effectively, Measure O becomes a special tax for streets and alleys. The second option is you say, we can't do it, right? And I think that'd be a reasonable outcome. We don't have the money to do all of what it's asking. And so we're not going to do anything. And if you do that, the result is you'd lose Measure O about 6 years early, in March of 2023 versus 2029. So I would say this undermines the original intent of the voters, and can be argued that this makes it a de facto special tax. So I'll go over some of these in terms of, this is just, okay, how do we get to, when I say it's going to cost all of Measure O and $200 million of the city's money, how do I get to that? So the first off is that the city's engineer, which is Pavement Engineers Incorporated, who does the annual, here's what it takes to maintain the city said, how much will it cost to meet these initiatives, to get to a PCI level of 80 by 2028, as well as meet those other milestones that's required by the initiative. And they ran it through their model, which is a model that Metropolitan Transportation Commission has, that it's used statewide, to put that in. And I'll say that that model is imprecise. So this 329 million that it shows on the right side is an order of magnitude. Maybe it could be lower. My guess is it would probably be higher, just because that seems to be how everything goes with these kinds of estimates. But this is the order of magnitude estimate that we have. And on the left-hand side in the chart, the graph there, we also just look at, well, what does it cost to meet those levels? And well, actually, I'll show this here. I show it one more. So let me go back here. But that you have a kind of a ramp up for the first couple years. You can get some value and get to do some things that hopefully you're trying to figure out how to do anyway. But it takes a lot of money over a lot of time to get that done. Whoops, went the wrong way. All right, so Measure O uses. How do you currently use Measure O? What is it funding now? So if the quandary is, I'm going to have to fund it all for roads, that you have, there are 4 areas, right? That the 4 top areas that were in the initiative, which was we're going to want to improve police, fire, streets maintenance, and recreation. And if you look at how the city is spending its money, this is from your FY20 budget. Police, fire, recreation, street maintenance are the 4 top uses of that fund. So I think that what happens if this goes away is that funding towards, streets, fire, recreation, everything else that's in there, all becomes streets and alleys. So all those go away, which includes 53.5 staff positions that are funded through Measure O, as well as a variety of programs that kind of hit a lot of different areas of the city. And this is just on a kind of a PCI level, kind of what year do we need to achieve this, or what year do we achieve this with this spending of how this could be funded. So it looks in those 2-year increments. How much Measure O money would you use? There's $152 million projected Measure O money that you'll generate by 2029. And what's the cost? And so by 2023, you'll have to be spending about $25 million from your general fund or gas tax fund, depending how much you can allocate from gas tax. And over time, $177.2 million. So the other piece in terms of how do we get to, and I'll show what I talked about, $204 million. that comes, it's right here, is that there's also a shift of debt service. So even though when you shift all of your revenue, you lose your tax revenue for Measure O to fund streets. Over this time, there's $27.4 million of debt that's funded by Measure O that would now have to be funded by the general fund. So the impact is on the revenue side, $152 million Measure O. This is for option one. You're trying to meet those initiatives, right? We're going to meet the requirements of this initiative. You have $177.2 million from general fund and some from gas, which could include some from gas fund. You're going to lose $111 million in funding for positions. So you have to get rid of 53.5 positions and programs. You're going to redirect general fund program and staffing. So this is under the best scenario of really it's looking at $143 million coming from the general fund, others coming from gas tax fund, shift in gas tax debt service. And then if you do all that, if you make all that happen and you meet those PCI levels, you get to then extend Measure O for 5 more years. Oops, let me go back. 5 more years, and then so that would bring you, just based on the current, kind of extension of the current or the projected generation of revenue, $106 million. But again, this is from Pavement Engineering Inc. You would need to spend $110 million to maintain the roads, to keep them at that 80 level. So again, it becomes a de facto special tax, especially in that extension. I think it really becomes a special tax at that time. Okay, maintain the status quo. We say we can't do it. We're just going to keep funding what we fund, and when it ends, it's going to end 6 years early. So by the end of March of 23, you would lose $112 million in future revenue. You'd have to lay off $79 million of staff to kind of make that up. You'd have a loss of those expenses. And that shift to debt service, it's lower than $27 million because you've kept funding debt service for that 4 years or so while you've retained the Measure O tax. And then there's a future, the general fund, Measure O is actually paying back the general fund for a loan. You would actually have some savings from that. So the conclusion, measure option, really it's just that making the improvements to the streets and alleys is, in order to make the levels, would take a combination of all of your Measure O and significant amount of general fund and gas tax monies. But if you do nothing, Measure O will expire in March of 23. So the option one, fund it, effectively kills Measure O in terms of its purposes for helping anything but streets, which would be police, fire, recreation, and all those other programs. And if you opt for Measure 2, it kills Measure O 6 years earlier than it would otherwise have been done, and then you have less money for everything, including streets and roads. So again, I think focusing here, the big issue here is fiscal in terms of the cost, both of the loss of Measure O as well as investment. And I'll say the quandary is you need to invest more in your roads, right? So it's not an issue of, is this a bad way to spend your money? Investing in roads is a good thing to do. You need to do more of this. You have to find a way to do that more. But having this focus puts that the only focus, because you also have police responsibilities and fire responsibilities, recreation responsibilities that you have to balance in doing all of this. So, in broad summary, I think each of these initiatives will have varying impacts on cities' governance, organization, and fiscal capabilities, right? So I think there could be a disruption of governance, especially in the Treasurer Expansion Initiative. Organizational impacts, Treasurer Expansion, in terms of just that schism of who's overseeing what. In terms of the Measure O, in terms of just a loss of money for staff and a loss of staff, and in terms of the meetings requirements to have just the loss of staff time in terms of doing these pre-videos. Fiscal impacts. Nothing is a minor impact. When the city started this year, the initial look was you're $9 million underwater, and then with laying 30 folks off and making other cuts and shifts, you're able to, have a balanced budget using only $2.3 million of reserve, right? But you had to use reserve to balance the budget. So I wouldn't say these are small impacts, because these mean other jobs, right? They mean other programs that you can't do. But the big impact fiscally is going to be on the Measure O side. And just lastly, there is some vague language. It's difficult with any, I think with any initiative, with any law, of understanding all the implications that it might have or how it might work out. But I think that could lead to issues of, just on implementation and just a lot of energy going to figure out what these really mean if they pass. So that's a very long presentation. Thank you for your consideration and attention. And I'd be happy to answer questions now or whenever you'd like to ask them.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. And what I'd like to do now is actually call up the speakers first. And right now I have 14 speakers, and I would very much encourage any member of the audience that has not yet filled out a speaker card to do so now, and hand that to the city clerk, and you'll be called in the order in which your speaker card was submitted. So the very first speaker, and I would ask, because sometimes when we have issues that come before the city council that are either controversial or people might not agree on them, some tend to shout out, or they boo, or they might hiss. I would just ask that people not shout out in any way, not clap, or show anything other than the highest respect for the procedures here and decorum in the chamber. So I'll call those speakers now in the order in which their speaker cards were submitted. The very first speaker is Christopher Williams, to be followed by Philip Molina, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and my fellow community members. My name is Christopher Williams, and I am the president of the Oxnard Public Safety Managers Association and longtime resident of our beautiful and wonderful community. I'm here this evening to speak about the Measure O termination initiative and what I believe, if passed, could have catastrophic effects on our budget and our city as a whole. I do understand the author and some of the residents' frustration about some of the conditions of our roads. I drive these roads probably more often than most people do, and I share in some of those frustrations. This initiative is not the solution, though, in my opinion. If you take the time to read what the initiative would do, you would realize, like I believe the consultant spoke about, is that either two things are going to happen. One, all the Measure O money would have to be deferred to fix our roads, or two, the city wouldn't be able to meet the requirements of the initiative and Measure O would no longer exist. What does that mean in regards to the public safety if Measure O is gone? Currently, Measure O, to my understanding, funds 16 peace officer positions, helps support the police department's computer-aided dispatch center, pays down the cost of building Fire Station 8, and funds several firefighter positions. Losing Measure O would have a catastrophic effect on the community and the department's ability to provide adequate services to an already strapped public safety budget. I don't know how many community members were here when Measure O was passed, but I was. And I was told that it was going to enhance public safety and improve services provided by the city. And that is one of the reasons why I supported it back when it was passed. Our government has checks and balances in place for instances with people being frustrated with roads or other political issues, and it's called an election. If the community isn't satisfied with the decisions the elected officials make, they can vote in people into office that they feel would do a better job. My mother always came up with famous sayings, and I'm going to close with one of them that I feel is appropriate. We should never cut off our nose to spite our face. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Philip Molina, to be followed by Ray Blattel, please.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, first, before I begin, I want to acknowledge, Mayor, you asked me to endorse you for the position of County Board of Supervisor, and Carmen, the Good Club, asked me to endorse you for the position of County Board of Supervisor, and Jeffrey Burham also asked me to endorse him for County Board of Supervisors.
Hold on, Mr. Molina. I can't allow the violation of the Brown Act. This is not public comment on items not on the agenda, so we have to be very, very focused on the presentation and the agenda item. So otherwise, I have very people here in the audience that would be glad to inform the DA that I violated the Brown Act.
Wouldn't want that to happen, sir.
Okay.
Could I have my 3 minutes back, since half of it was used for something that's not what I want to speak to?
Actually, just proceed, Mr. Molina. Let's try to get through this.
We know from recent history that we had a certain mayor that was elected, took trips on a private jet of a developer doing business in Oxnard, and he stayed in the developer's private resort at no cost to the mayor. Remember him? It's also possible for the council to hire a city manager and a city attorney who flaunt the laws by approving a supplemental post-retirement benefit that required council approval. And though both of them claimed that you gave them the approval, you didn't. Anyway, while this report states that the staff were interviewed in putting the report together, the elected city treasurer was never interviewed or even asked by the consultant a single question. But in that report, I heard him continuously say, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe. That's not fact. That's just his personal opinion, which shouldn't be in the report. He also identifies a quote, but he doesn't know who gave the quote, but he claims it was from the treasurer. Not a good report. When I was the Oxnard finance director, using the same software the city currently has, we were audited by KPMG. The finance staff prepared and presented monthly financial reports to the council and the public showing actual to budget data and marking the department's accomplishment. We did have 3 CPAs on staff. One of them was me. More recently, I was one of the members of the public that pushed council to contract for an independent internal auditor. I've supplied the current IIA with information intending to make Oxnard a better local government. Now, I've been a State Department insurance auditor. I've been a chief financial manager for Los Angeles Children's Services, and I've been a CFO for local government in California for over 35 years. Yet I was not asked to participate in the, quote, objective report that was given to you. This less than objective report is self-evident when, within the first few pages, he states, quote, one of the most troubling aspects of this initiative is the merger of the single elected position. I reminded you that the current system can produce bad operators, but the proposed system would at least allow the public a more clear, more direct, more immediate ability to show their disgust or their dislike for the elected treasurer if she or he does not perform by doing a recall. As far as transparency, I believe each of you, and certainly the public, can attest to the fact of the difficulty I've had trying to get the list of checks the city writes every week to the public. I've also had problems getting the payroll detail, which the law says you're entitled to you. I certainly stand on my position to make every aspect of local government transparent to the taxpayer who pay our salaries. Finally, for lack of time, it makes no sense that anyone in the new position of city treasurer CFO would put together a budget to be submitted to the mayor and the council that does not match the directives and desire expressed by the mayor and the council. You've got to approve the budget. It makes no sense that I would give you a budget or the next treasurer would give you a budget that you hadn't agreed with. You could either reject it, you could redline it, you could change it, or you could decide not to accept it.
Thank you, Mr. Molina.
And by the way, I will not accept the ridiculous salary of $333,000
Thank you, sir.
for that position.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Raymond Blattel, to be followed by Peter Martinez, please.
Good evening. General statement. When you don't like something, you will spin it any way you can to make it smell. Rather than an unbiased report, the theme of this report, to me, sure seemed leading and influencing. Relative to the Treasurer Expansion Initiative, Regarding the statement on page 7 from the findings and declarations from the initiatives, there is no one elected official explicitly accountable for oversight to city finances. The response was that the 6 council members and the mayor do that now. The argument is that if the city treasurer is elected and performs the oversight function and screws up, we are stuck with this individual for the election term. Isn't this the same situation we have now with the 7 elected council members? These people are not infallible either. Regarding the establishment of department performance metrics and budgets, I'm sure that the current city manager relies on the respective department heads for their inputs and recommendations, which he would weigh against available budget authority and the council priorities. Why would this need to change if the elected treasurer were responsible? The elected treasurer would probably do the same thing. Why not? Relative to the meeting requirements initiative, as stated in the argument, the major concern is the council committee meetings, of which there are 5. With these 5 council committee meetings, add the downtown design review meeting and the 3 citizen commission committee meetings, which start before 5, and this yields 9 meetings. One could have 2 meetings each evening for an entire 5-day work week and start at 5:30 or 5 and end about 9:30 p.m. In this manner, in 1 week's time, you could have all of these meetings in the evening and working citizens could participate. One advantage is that the staff would be at their desk performing normal duties rather than attending committee meetings during the day. Where there's a will, there's a way. Relative to pre-video taping presentations, you already have the equipment and the staff to do this. You do it already for almost every city meeting. Why do you say you need more staff or must outsource the task? Use what you already have. Relative to the Measure O termination initiative, as stated in the consultant's argument, the city's current average PCI index is 61, which is fair. To achieve a city network average PCI of 65 in 2020, the projected cost is $7.4 million for a 4-point increase. To increase the average network PCI by 2 points in 2021, the projected cost is $27.5 million, and in 2022, the projected cost is $28 million for another 2-point increase. After that, it takes approximately $30 to $40 million each year to increase the average network PCI by only 2 points. Some explanation is warranted here. Why does it cost so much more in the following years to achieve a lesser point increase? This data appears suspicious and perhaps even skewed to achieve an objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll just pull this up, the list. Okay, the next speaker is Peter Martinez, to be followed by Nancy Lindholm, please.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and members of the audience. My name is Peter Martinez. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Oxnard. I was born and raised in the Colonia. Therefore, I should add that I'm a retired probation officer, and I'm an adjunct criminal justice instructor, and I've been teaching criminal justice for 20 years now. So I feel that I'm uniquely qualified to address public safety. And unlike Starr, who proposes these reckless, irresponsible, and dangerous initiatives, he does not represent the city of Oxnard and certainly not the Colonia. And let me tell you, in just the last 2 months, the Colonia has experienced the following: juvenile gang members involved in a stabbing and a robbery, 2 juveniles involved in a stabbing, an adult male was shot and killed, and just 2 days ago, an adult male was shot. And this all happened within 4 city blocks in the Colonia. All these crimes occurred in the Colonia, but they do not address what's happening throughout the city of Oxnard. There was recently a shooting in South Oxnard and other violent crimes. The city of Oxnard has enough problems, and Starr is adding to them with these reckless, irresponsible, and dangerous initiatives. Specifically, one initiative puts the community safety at greater risk. In regards to Measure O, it was passed by voters with a significant majority. It was passed to support basic services. Measure O has improved public safety. It pays for 16 police officers and some firefighters. It also pays for the 9/11 computer system, and it pays for desperately needed juvenile programs. And it also pays for street repairs. These are all vital services for the city of Oxnard. It would be unconscionable and dangerous to shift all that funding away from everything but city street repairs. During the last few budget cuts, you must remember how difficult it is to cut public safety. That's what this initiative would do. It would cut public safety to our neighborhoods. Our city will have 16 fewer officers. I repeat, 16 fewer officers and less firefighters. As a matter of fact, Measure O came in as a life preserve and provided further funding to keep one fire station open this year. Our voters will not support a cut to public safety. I certainly will not, and the council should not either. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Nancy Lindholm, to be followed by Kay Brenner, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Nancy Lindholm, CEO of the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce and a proud resident of Oxnard, registered voter. Speaking of registered voters, I wish all of the Oxnard registered voters could have heard Mr. Branson's report tonight, because I think it really hits you in the face when you see the fiscal impact and some of the what if this happens, what could happen. A question that I didn't hear answered was on Measure O initiative. Would that need to then become a supermajority approval by the voters if it was going to convert to a specific tax versus a general tax? I find it absolutely amazing that one or two people in our city have put this organization, this city, between a rock and a hard place. One of those people has already been rejected by the voters twice. And to be honest with you, the word extortion comes to mind. As I see it, there are three options here. One is that you adopt the initiatives as ordinance, which I hope you don't even think about, that this is placed on a ballot. Somebody's going to have to fight that measure, and it's going to be expensive. Or the city could challenge them legally. And what's that going to cost? Either way, it's going to cost the private sector or the city a lot of money.
Thank you very much. Kay Brainerd, to be followed by Deborah Baber, please.
Mayor Flynn, City Council members, I am here to say we can't let Measure O be terminated. I represent seniors on the Senior Commission, and since the beginning of Measure O, we have been awarded enough money to buy a van, a sound system, and remodel the kitchen in Wilson Center. That Wilson Center kitchen is what provides hot lunches for seniors and delivers lunches to the homebound. We have, since the beginning of Measure O, gotten $40,000 every year to provide hot lunches for seniors, and this is the need is increasing every year. You also approved $100,000 to do a study on a new senior center. Our senior centers currently are very full and don't have enough room to have large gatherings of seniors. Another $68,000 went to project manager for the new senior centers. Then $25,000 was given for conceptual drawings for the new senior center, and those drawings are now available, and we will soon be providing those to you at every port. But this is just one small piece of what Measure O has done for just seniors, and this is multiplied, as you're hearing, by many other groups, and it's so important we don't let Measure O die.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Deborah Baber, to be followed by Lorraine Effris, please.
Good evening. The presentation. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. Oh, my goodness. Measure O has been so successful with public safety that we're just treated to a list of terrible recent violence in Oxnard. So successful. Scare tactics are used when the facts just don't support the arguments against the measures that are being proposed. Yesterday's VC Star article about Aaron Starr states the city of Oxnard will miss out on more than $100 million in sales tax revenue, create a schism in local governance, and lose the safeguards in place for the development permit process if a package of citizen initiatives are approved. This is according to, quote, reports to be discussed on Wednesday. Well, about that costly road repair and the $100 million loss in sales tax revenue, here's a point that's been made before, and it's worth repeating. The city's own public works staff have repeatedly given presentations detailing that good street maintenance costs only 1/8 as much as dealing with the often catastrophic road repairs the city lurches between. Continuing to tolerate the city's failures in this area will cost Oxnard taxpayers much more in the long run. And non-residents like myself, I will continue paying a price driving on the roadways that are in Oxnard. Why in the world would the city insist on paying more instead of choosing the less expensive option of regular street maintenance? I don't understand that at all. The city promised the residents more street repairs if they paid more sales tax under Measure O. The city hasn't kept its promise. The streets continue to be awful. More taxpayers are willing to pay for performance, but we are, and they are, tired of being ripped off and lied to by this city. In private sector jobs, people get paid for the work they do, not for the work they say they will do and then don't. Why should residents here continue to pay for it? The ballot measure would only end Measure O if the city failed to perform its basic duties to an objective engineering standard often used to measure road repairs and maintenance. If the city isn't going to do the work, the city should no longer be allowed to collect the money. As for the dollar amount, it would vary depending on when the city stopped hitting the performance milestones. City bureaucrats, by citing up front a $100 million loss in city sales revenue, is like saying the city of Oxnard is saying, we have no intention of fixing the roads to an acceptable standard, so we'll lose the Measure O tax money if the Aaron Starr measure on the ballot passes. P.S. I wonder how much that report on these initiatives costs the taxpayers. How much has Oxnard already spent suing private citizens?
Thank you very much. Lorraine Effris, to be followed by Steve McNaughton, please.
Good evening. Can I also comment on the permitting one at this point in time, or do I have to wait?
I'm sorry?
The permitting initiative, can I
no.
also comment on that?
I would
Or do I have to wait on that?
I would wait.
Okay. All right, so merging the functions of the finance director and the treasurer, it's a land grab. That's what it is. We're out west, so we might as well call it what is. This is a land grab, taking over the territory. It would result in horrendous governance problems, and it's an invitation to the kind of corruption we had back in 2008. I was horrified when I read this. I was shocked that a professional finance person like Mr. Starr would write something like this. And I know that basically your job tonight is to decide whether to make it an ordinance or put it on the ballot. So if I have to make a recommendation, I would say put it on the ballot and let's pray that the citizens of Oxnard are smart enough to see through this. On Measure O, I agree with Mrs. Lindholm. We're between a rock and a hard place, Scylla Charybdis, the devil in the deep blue sea, and it is disgusting and horrifying. There are so many needs in the city. I have a sidewalk in front of my house that's lifting up a hydrant. I talked to my representative about it, but you know what? It pales in comparison to the needs of the fire department, the police, as expressed by one of the former speakers, and the other things for which Measure O is being used. We need maybe better prioritization, and maybe our oversight committee could work on that. We certainly have horrible streets and alleys, but it's not the only need, and Measure O is all we've got. To see it go away would just be horrifying. I mean, I can't even put it in words. And I wanted to comment on the permits, but I'll hold off on that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the very next speaker is Steve McNaughton, to be followed by Aaron Starr, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and attendees. I'm here. My name's Steve McNaughton. I'm a citizen here and a registered voter.
Sir, speak in the
Speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right. I am a citizen here in the city and a registered voter and a firefighter for the city of Oxnard. Currently, the initiative here is detrimental to fire service and services within the city. Currently, 38% of Measure O is goes to fire department funding. That funds, wholly funds Fire Station 8 and the 10 positions that are within that station. If we have to divert that fund to streets or repeal that fund because of inadequate street maintenance, that is an overall 30 firefighter positions that would not be funded at this time. And still, Station 8 is still a leased building that we owe money on, and we'd still have to pay that lease through the general fund. So at this point, I can't see you guys or you, the council, supporting this and putting this into an ordinance, and I'd recommend this going to a ballot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aaron Starr, to be followed by Alicia Purcell, please.
Michelle's handing out some reports to you. I'll wait till you have them.
Mr. Starr, proceed, please.
After reading these reports, I brought a fire extinguisher with me in case somebody's pants catches on fire. The city's report overstates the cost of maintaining streets at acceptable levels. The report even concedes on page 38 that money does need to be spent to bring up the quality of the roads, but nowhere does it state how much money ought to be spent to maintain roads at the lowest life cycle cost. Fortunately, these other reports previously presented to the City Council do. Back on July 18, 2017, city staff stated in page 2 of their report, look at page 2, that to maintain the network of streets and alleys at a pavement condition index of what was 57 at the time would require spending $12 million per year. That same page states that the critical PCI range of 55 to 70 is the point at which streets begin to deteriorate rapidly and maintenance costs increases greatly. It is most cost-effective to maintain streets before their condition reaches the critical PCI range. Figure 2 there shows the ideal average PCI range is 75 to 80. We know from staff reports that it is less expensive per year if you maintain streets at the ideal level. How much less? Take a look at the next pages. Now, back on October 25th, 2016, city staff presented another report, also prepared by Pavement Engineering, Inc., by the way, and stated on slide 6, if you go to slide 6, which is the next page, how you can spend $1 today or you can spend $8 down the road. On slide 8, go 2 sheets beyond that, you can see how regular maintenance is not only cheaper, it also maintains the roads in better condition. Spending $2.85 per square foot over time will result in an average PCI of 79, while performing only minimal maintenance and having to completely reconstruct the streets results in a much lower PCI of 68 at a much higher cost of $4.54 per square foot. Turn to the next page, which is slide 18. Notice that we have cities without an additional sales tax that still manage to deliver higher quality streets. See how Oxnard has a PCI of 57, while Simi Valley, Camarillo, and Thousand Oaks range from 69 to 79. No one is arguing how much of those cities' Measure O dollars is going into streets because they don't have a Measure O. Previous reports show that paying for roads sooner and with regularity results in spending a lot less money in the future. And that means we will have more money in the long run to provide more services for the public, which is the intent of our initiative. It's a shame that the information from this same consultant is being mischaracterized to suggest that well-maintained roads are somehow more expensive. It's also a shame that we need to use the ballot box to force City Hall to be better stewards with our tax dollars.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Alicia Purcell. And Ms. Purcell, I will just, I know you had one person that donated their time to you, so I'll give you 1 extra minute, 4 total.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So this report claims to be an impartial and objective analysis of the impact of these initiatives, but there's not a word about any potential benefits of the initiatives. They offer nothing but criticisms. It's just another biased hit job paid for with taxpayer funds. The report claims it only reports the unbiased and likely impacts, but then on page 26 it incorporates what even the consultant admits is a, quote, cynical view of what may happen. end quote. It presumes the city treasurer would act in bad faith in developing the budget, so you'd have to hire new employees at $450,000 a year, 3 full-time staff year-round just to do the once-a-year budget. Well, that cynical assumption of what may happen is not the likely impact. But that amount is more than 71% of the alleged cost of this initiative. That's what we're getting here, guys. This is a shameless scare tactic. Then page 27 suggests we would have an incompetent treasurer who would drive staff away, and we'd have to bring in consultants to backfill. And I'm sorry, but I think the consultant is confusing the current problems and projecting them onto this initiative. It is under the current system where these are run by the city manager that we've had 6 CFOs in 10 years. 6 in 10 years. We currently can't keep employees in the finance department. The report portrays that we would lose accountability by making an elected official directly responsible for financial reporting. But let me ask you this: how's the current system working out? With city managers in charge, the last 4 completed audits have had a whopping 172 findings. That is outrageous. It's a record in the wrong direction. Most of those findings have been characterized as material weaknesses and significant deficiencies, the worst kinds of audit findings. Let's not pretend that having the city manager in charge of the finance department is working well for the taxpayers. The Chicken Little report pretends that the financial initiative would obliterate our checks and balances. Page 20 claims that the initiative reduces financial oversight and makes the treasurer position more susceptible to corrupt practices. But under the current system, the very same criticism could be made of a city manager. It's a very powerful position. It's just as susceptible to corruption as a treasurer is, and it's not elected. City manager has the ability to terminate people who oppose him. The city manager can authorize contracts worth up to $200,000 without any approval by the city council. Why does the report not present balanced facts on both sides? The consultant's report makes no mention that we have external auditors who serve as checks and balances to the system. It talks about the internal auditor, but under this initiative, the internal auditor would report to the elected treasurer, while the external auditor still reports to city council. So this arrangement actually improves the checks and balances. The consultant's report on page 4 tells the public that the council, quote, would not have the ability to clarify any portions perceived to be vague. It fails to mention, it doesn't read the second half of that sentence he put on the screen. Fails to mention that they expressly allow the council to amend provisions so long as they further the intent of the initiative. We gave you wiggle room. 2 points. There were 8,401 registered voters minimum that got this measure on the ballot. This is not the work of 2 people, 8,400. And let me throw in the meetings initiative. It exempts purely advisory bodies, so half the committees that he listed that are allegedly affected are specifically exempted. The CAGs are exempt from the 5 p.m. meeting.
Thank you very much. And I'll just, in a second here, call up the next speaker just to make sure I have the list updated, which I'm doing now. All right, Alex Burham, to be followed by Steve Bunger, please.
Good evening, council members. I would like to talk a little bit about financial transparency. The report on the Financial Transparency Initiative makes a big deal about the fact that the only qualification to run for city treasurer is to be a registered voter at least 18 years old, and therefore it must be better to have the CFO hired by the city manager who works for the city council. There are a lot of things that the report failed to mention. Under this initiative, the treasurer only proposes the budget, but it's still up to the city council that amends and adopts the budget. What are the qualifications to run for city council? The same. To be a registered voter, at least 18 years old. There's no requirement that you have any of the accounting or financial skills, so will the city manager also argue that the city council members are unqualified? It's the same qualifications to be governor. It's the same requirements for the city clerk, who is an elections official and tasked with various types of legal compliance. Oxnard voters choose to elect a city clerk with relevant certification. Oxnard voters choose to elect a treasurer who is a retired CPA. Even with the current structure, you don't require the CFO or any of the employees to be a CPA. Many of Oxnard's past CFOs have not been CPAs. After arguing that the standards for the elected city treasurer would be too low, the consultants then object on page 21 because the initiative would have a new requirement that at least one employee in the finance department must be a CPA. They found a negative spin on raising the standards by saying that it reduces flexibility in hiring. When you simultaneously complain that the standards are too low and also too high, it's more evidence of a biased analysis. The report notes that if a budget is not adopted by the City Council by July 1st, the proposed budget will go into effect until the Council takes action to amend it. That's not because of this initiative. It's because of a bad policy already adopted by the City Council, which the City Council can change. That's true now, and a city manager's proposed budget could go into effect without approval of the Council. It would be wiser for the City Council to amend this ordinance so that if the Council doesn't adopt a new budget on time, the budget of the previous fiscal year, which was approved by the Council, would repeat until the Council adopts a replacement. The CFO doesn't personally produce the budget. His staff members, hired by Human Resources Department, assemble the budget data. The same would be true regardless of whether the treasurer is elected or appointed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Steve Bunger, to be followed by Pat Brown, please.
Mayor, City Council members, city staff, good evening. I'm going to be fairly short tonight. Frankly, I was born in Oxnard, been a citizen here my whole life. I work in Oxnard, I live in Oxnard today. If my grandfather was here today, he'd be pissed. And I'm pretty embarrassed that we have to go through this. These initiatives, in my opinion, are frivolous, they're irresponsible, and they'd cost the taxpayers millions of dollars. We don't have the time to work on this, and we don't have the money. I share the frustration on the roads. I read what Measure O was written for, and I believe the city is carrying out that mission to the best of their abilities. You know, these roads are 50, 60, 70, 80 years old. They're going to need to be repaired. Jerking out Measure O money doesn't, and having that sunset doesn't fix it. The treasurer, that's crazy. In my opinion, all these initiatives that have been proposed are they're a waste of our time. So please see if we can put an end to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Pat Brown, to be followed by Greg Runyon, please.
Number one, we're caught between a rock and a hard place. And in the evaluation, I can't find either one of those as being acceptable. I do feel that somebody, whoever's counting the money, needs to have somebody else to verify. Because people can make mistakes. We all do. No matter how great our computer equipment is and everything, you can hit the wrong key by accident and in a hurry, and it can make a big difference. I think we need more transparency. I do feel that way. I feel that we don't have any choice but to vote for this because we're in deep straits if we don't. I wish we wouldn't have to lay off anybody in the process. I do know that our streets, some of them are a lot worse than others, like Rice Road, Rice Avenue, all the way from the freeway to 5th Street is really, really bad because of all the trucks that go up and down there. But that's where the trucks are supposed to be. But we also have all the trucks that go up and down Oxnard Boulevard and in on 7th Street and out on 7th Street and up from Woolley Road from the 5 Points when they should be going around the other way. And so if we could get rid of the big trucks on Oxnard Boulevard, we wouldn't have so many damaged curbs like at 5th Street. And we wouldn't have so much damage because the big heavy trucks would stay off of the boulevard. They don't have to be there. And they certainly don't have to come down into the middle of town. There's other ways for them to get around. And I'll be happy to help anybody who is interested in arranging this. I feel that we've been caught here, unfortunately. We do have some street maintenance problems, but other cities do as well. But we got to get a handle on this thing and get it straightened out right away. Transparency, I think, is important. And I feel it's important to have the people in finance and the treasury who know what they're doing, and everybody checks everybody else, and that way everybody gets checked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greg Runyon, to be followed by Daniel Chavez, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Once again, we find ourselves in this time of we don't have enough money. We don't have our priorities right. We don't. A couple of weeks ago, I said to me, the thing that was important is that this ends up on the ballot. And now that we've heard the report, I think it's even more important, even though there are things that we may struggle with or that we may agree with. Anytime when you hear a forecast of things that can make things potentially more difficult or potentially better, there's always that middle ground. And I think it's more important for the voters, because there was, whether it was 8,000 or 12,000 who agreed, we don't know if there's 150,000 who disagree. We don't know. We don't get petitions and they sign that say, do you disagree? I don't know. But I think the one thing that in all the reports that concern me the most is the idea behind Measure O. And I get how important it is that our streets are drivable. I have a car that one of my brackets broke on from hitting a pothole. I don't know if that was the pothole's fault or mine for driving over it. I'm not sure yet. I know my wife said it was mine, so I'll leave it at that. I do know this. Our cars are important, but our lives are more important. And I'm not willing to gamble public safety over my car. That's my personal opinion. People can disagree with that, and that's what the ballot box is for. I worked when we put Measure O into effect. I walked the streets. And I know a lot of people's big concern was, will this money really go to what we're saying it'll go to? And I know there's been discussions about that. Money's been loaned out of it, the whole thing. But I'll guarantee you, to have it yanked away because a performance wasn't met, I'm not okay with that, so I would vote against it, and people that want to vote for it can. But I also would say this in closing. Whether you put it on the ballot or whether some would say, well, let's fight it out and let's fight it out in court, there's a cost either way. And we understand that. I don't want to think that the folks that did this did it for any other reason than they care about the city and they want to see things done in a way that they feel is more effective. But now we've got to do what is most effective, and that is this thing needs to end up on the ballot so this can get haggled out by the voters. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Daniel Chavez Jr., to be followed by Tim Loomis, please.
Good evening, Council, Oxnard residents, and staff. So tonight, based off of the comments that were presented to you guys tonight, they kind of fought against each other. You had the city treasurer come up and pretty much made the case why the merger of the finance and the city treasurer position is bad. He made his own case of why it's bad, because he even ran on this purpose, and that's checks and balances. Who's going to check him when there's a problem? There has also been a confusion, and it's a confusion that has been lasting for the past few years, since 2016, that Measure O was specifically supposed to go to our roads. False. Measure O is a general tax, which means that it can go to anything, and it has. It has bailed out the general fund on multiple occasions. It has gone to public safety. It has gone to the senior services, as one of the senior commissioners had mentioned, and it has gone to other services in our city. So please understand that Measure O was not only for streets. It was for everything in our city. There's two ways to frame a question. Question number one, do you like the way your streets look? And if not, should we take away that sales tax that is not paying for your roads? Of course, everyone's going to say yes. But the trade-off is, should we take away that sales tax, and with that sales tax means a fire station goes away, police officers go away, Parks and Rec goes away, senior services go away. There is a long list, and residents are going to turn away and say no. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Starr has come up with an initiative every election year. There's always an initiative. But there is one thing that I have done every single time when coming to this podium, and that is to speak up for the residents of the city of Oxnard. 207,000 plus residents. I was born here. I was raised in South Oxnard. I continue to live in South Oxnard. I raised my children here, and this is a community that I want to make sure is safe for everybody. Taking away Measure O is reckless, especially during the last budget cycle when this chamber was full of residents asking for a budget to cover our fire station and other services in our city. Please, council, listen to reasonable, sensible people and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim Loomis, to be followed by Mike Gregson, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and everyone else here today. My name is Tim Loomis, and I retired from the Oxnard Police Department as a sergeant. I worked there for over 20 years, and I've got 29 years of law enforcement behind me. And like Mr. Martinez, I'm an adjunct professor at Moore Park College teaching criminal justice. I walked beats to get this thing passed. I brought my daughters with me so they could understand how this system works. And when I see what's going on right now, it bothers me because this was designed for public safety, fire, recreation, youth programs, and yes, to help our streets. But like Pastor Runyon said, I've hit potholes. There's potholes everywhere. But if you take away 16 police officers and a fire station, somebody's going to call one day, and there's going to be nobody to answer that call. This is reckless. This is something he's done before. It cost us a whole lot of money for the recall. He didn't get what he wanted. I'm cool with that. But you know what? You got to stand for something, because if you don't, you'll fall for anything. And you don't need to fall for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Mike Gregson, to be followed by Gabriel Turan, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Council. Mike Gregson, President of the Oxnard Peace Officer Association. And I just wanted to echo basically what the last two speakers have said, how reckless it would be to get rid of Measure O or to give the funding strictly to streets and to take it away from public safety. We've been operating on basically a shoestring budget for a long time, constantly making cuts. I've been there for 26 years now, and there's been some ups and downs. We're definitely in a down right now. We're doing the best we can, but if you take more away, it's going to get harder and harder and harder. And like Mr. Loomis said, there's going to be a day when you're going to call and nobody's going to show up. And I don't know if that's when that's going to happen or what it's going to take, but we're getting closer and closer all the time. We continue to take funding away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Gabriel Turan, please.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. My name is Gabriel Turan, and I just have a few notes here about each of these initiatives. First, with Measure O, I've dug into each of these initiatives since the signatures were submitted. And with Measure O, it seems to be mathematically impossible to be able to dedicate 100% of Measure O to the roads only and be able to meet the PCI. I got some numbers from Public Works. It would cost about $17 million a year to get to a 65 PCI by 2022. That'd be what Measure O averages each year, so it'd be 100% of Measure O. They estimate it'd be $28 million a year to get to a PCI of 80 by 2028. We need to find that extra money from somewhere. It's also going to cost $53 million to repave just the alleys. Just the alleys alone, which factor into the PCI, it's $53 million. For the city treasurer, the CFO is an at-will employee. The treasurer is an elected position. If the CFO is bad at their job, they can be fired by the city manager at any given time. We'll get an interim, we'll find another one. The treasurer, if they're bad, we need to pay for a recall, or we need to wait 4 years to vote them out. People have used the council as an example. If people are unhappy with the city council and we either have to recall them or wait 4 years to vote them out, how's that current system working out for you all? The city manager is also the administrative head of this organization, and let me remind you, he can also be fired at any given time by a council majority vote. To prove a point, I'm 18 years old. I reside in the city of Oxnard, and I'm a registered voter. Maybe I should run for city treasurer. Then I don't want to think too highly of myself, but I bet I could beat Mr. Molina or Mr. Starr if he chose to run for city treasurer. Of the 8,000 signatures, I wonder how many of them had the experience I had with the signature gatherers, where I recorded them telling me not exaggerations, not misperceptions, but actually flat out lies in order to convince me to sign each of the ballot initiatives. And of those 8,000 signatures, I wonder how many people captured or were with those two target collectors, even if it's just two rogue signature gatherers. Lastly, Mr. Starr and others are upset by the funds spent to study these initiatives. And really, the measures, I've been following them closely, as I mentioned. I've also been creating online videos through social media to engage residents and explain all of these important city happenings for people who are everyday people like myself. And the thing is, I have several thousand views on all of my videos and gather more and more with each new one. In these initiatives and creating 5 videos for these, I tried to engage Mr. Starr to sit down with me and talk about them, and he chose not to do so. So it's odd and incongruent to me that he would object to the spending of money on this, but not sit down with a resident who's willing to do it for free to get the word out about these initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Madam City Clerk, that appears to be the end. We have one more speaker, and I'll just look at that now. Just update it. Okay, Armando Delgado, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, dear residents of Oxnard. I wasn't going to say anything, but just listening to all the comments and what people had to say, just maybe on come say something, and I'll keep it short and sweet. I am a representative of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, 1,800 members, families, and registered voters. And I'm just here to say that, 1, we will not accept rolling the power of 2 positions into 1. Unacceptable. 2, we will not allow the changes to the city meetings. Why? For the first time, Local 805, along with other trades who are here tonight, have been able to have a voice on specific issues at specific times. We work all day, so to move all these meetings around, we're not going to make them. And only a select few can make it for specific items at specific times, like your housing, your public works commissions, or the middle days. But we make an effort because it's on a schedule. And 3, early termination of Measure O, not going to happen. Why would we turn our back on the street renovations using our fellow tradesmen? Why would we turn our back on our first responders, our staff here in the city, our seniors, our youth programs? Absolutely not. Take a look at some of the people out there working in the streets, working in some of these programs, but specifically Toro, Granite, GPM, the 200-plus union tradesmen with good jobs, wages, and benefits, spending their money locally, generating tax revenue, and supporting local economy. Need a solution? Get rid of PCI and get another professional opinion. See if the numbers that projecting that what's going to cost you is really true. Or maybe another consultant or engineered firm will give you a different number. Maybe you can save a couple bucks there. But either way, putting money in these tradesmen's pocket who are going to spend it locally actually does help our city. Do not get rid of this. And we don't agree with and we oppose all the initiatives on the ballot.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers on this item. And we had exactly 20 speakers, so we want to thank those who took the time to speak here before the City Council. So what we'll do now, and I know that these are very, very important discussions to have, but I'd ask that the City Council try to stay within the 3-minute limit so that we can get through all the items we have to get through this evening without it getting too late. So I'm going to go ahead and call. I would like for the council members to signal the fact that they'd like to speak on the parliamentarian, please. And that way I can call you in the order in which you're. Okay, outstanding. All right. VNA, I'm sorry. Council Member Lopez.
That is
sorry
my name.
about that.
That is my name.
I know. I'm sorry. Not supposed to call you that in public anyway.
That's okay. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you everyone for being here and for spending this evening discussing these issues. And I will keep it very short that I'm very concerned about all three measures. I understand the possible intent of those that initiated these measures and gathered those signatures, but I think there's other ways that we can bring about these changes. And I can personally say that up to today, if those individuals, Mr. Starr, if you wanted to have a conversation, I have not been contacted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, and I really do appreciate hearing from everybody. I'm very concerned about these initiatives. You know, this is a city that is not affluent. We've been struggling with our budget, and last year we found that Measure O was our lifeline to save fire services, and we still had to lay off people. A very terrible day. One of the worst days I've ever had as a council member. It is true that we have elections. Elections have consequences. But I think what we're looking at here is to totally take away the representative form of government for our city. And again, if you do not like your council people, you have options. And the city has, we've had a recall thanks to a gentleman in the audience, and the people spoke, and we are still here making decisions to the best of our ability for our residents. And I'm very concerned that the low information voter, people who are really frustrated with good reason about our lack of resources in the city, will think that any of these initiatives are the way to go to solve our problems. I hope that we can do whatever we do, we have a very robust information to the community. These measures that continue to come, it looks like someone's hobby doing these things. I just don't understand what the purpose is of continual harassment of this government of Oxnard that the people have chosen. I want to say I'm very disturbed about the suggestion that the city treasurer, whoever that might be, in the now or in the future, would be able to control the entire budget process and just say take it or leave it. That is not what the residents of this city want. They want to have input, and the council members are their elected representatives. I'm for good government. Good government means listening to the people. It does not mean giving one person, elected or not, the entire control over city government. So I appreciate everybody who came and spoke against this. These measures, I'm not sure what we're going to be able to do. We may have to put it on the ballot and hope that people get educated about what it will mean to our public safety and the other services of the city. Once again, we're going to have to spend resources to get people informed, and it's very unfortunate we have to do that.
Thank you very much. Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone that came out this evening. As many thought after the signature process, these initiatives probably not in the best interest for the residents of the city. As I previously stated, regardless of interest, Mr. Starr did get enough signatures. So although, you know, they may not be the best, but they should go out to the voters, and hopefully the voters make the right decision at the ballot box. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for all your hard work. I'm actually extremely upset today. I can't believe that we are actually up here discussing this as somebody that sits here as your elected official and somebody also who works in government. This is the most reckless thing I have seen in my 17, 18 years of government. Wow. Wow. The fact that we are spending our tax dollars to get information from a consultant that tells us how reckless this is wow. I cannot believe that I'm actually sitting up here listening to all of this nonsense. It is obvious that the people that have put this to us today have no concept of what it takes to run government. We are a public sector. We get tax dollars, we put it back into our city. We are not a private sector. Guess what? We don't get bonuses. You know, guess what? We have to report gifts. And yes, there is corruption. There is corruption everywhere within our government. But you do pick elected officials that hopefully have the voice and the voice to stand up for what is right. So today, as an elected official, I have my voice. I have my voice to say how reckless this is. I apologize to the staff, to the citizens, to the taxpayers for the amount of money that we are about to spend on this nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to say anything, but then I didn't want to get yelled at for not saying anything. So, but in looking at this agenda item tonight, I'm thinking my comments for both E1 and E2 and H1 are probably going to be the same comment. So instead of subjecting everyone to my same comment 3 times in a row, I'm going to forego comments on the next 2 items and save them all for the last item. And I'd hope maybe you give me an extra minute then when I get to that. So.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perello.
Number one, thank everybody that spoke, both sides of this argument. Start from the top. I'm not the first one that is asked in this council this specific question, but if Measure O, specifically, it was passed as a general tax, not a specific tax. If we had to take the ramifications that are being laid out, how is it going to even be allowed to be continued if it now all goes to streets? The issue that individuals brought up about an elected official, and we had a member come to the podium. I'm an elected official too, and there's nothing special. I put my pants on just like you do. I'm a resident in the city of Oxnard. I'm over 18. I'm a citizen. I'm not in federal prison, and I'm not on parole. And someone has not declared me mentally incompetent. That's all that it takes. That's all. From the top to the bottom of this country, that's what it takes. The age difference, a little different in some other things. The questions about the objective report. There were some things when I'm listening to this, I have friends on both sides of this aisle. Maybe not anymore, but I thought that I did. The question with respect to an objective report, it sounded a little bit like we were getting the worst case scenario, but I will tell you this. I agree with a couple of points that Mr. Molina brought up. Why we don't have the list of checks for the public to find out what we spend. Publicly, for everybody, not to just go out and know where to get it. Or the payroll payments. Why don't you know what you pay me? Why not? Why don't you know if I have a credit card and I'm blowing it on, you know, hot times and the good time? Also, one thing that comes up, it looks like the Measure O and the different things. I did not support Measure O when it first came out. I was really concerned that it would be used the way it has been used for a lot of different things with no specific accountability, except that we have a Measure O oversight, which is like a toothless guard dog. They do everything they can, but what power do they have? This thing was passed deliberately like that. The transparency people have talked about. There are ways that we can make this government more transparent. Mr. Starr's issue with the streets. I drive on the same streets. I know which streets to stay off of. Unfortunately, there's residents in the city of Oxnard that live on those streets. The consultant, I'm grateful that there was somebody putting a report like this. There was a fight to even get this far, to hear this part of the report. I can't support combining the treasurers. In my opinion, that is stupid, really stupid. You don't trust somebody with all your money. You don't trust somebody with all the keys to your house. You don't trust somebody with all the safekeeping of all the kids in the school. You have checks and balances. Mayor, I'm going to go a little longer.
How much longer do you need, Councilman?
1 minute.
Yes, sir.
The Measure O thing, I can't go along with that either. And the meetings, I can't go along with that either. If you want to fight the meetings, tell you what, at the same time, fight the Board of Supervisors. They meet during the day. But I do have to give a tremendous amount of credit to the people that put the work in to get the initiative. Like it or not, that's the way this country works. It's unfortunate we're here, and it's going to cost us more money. We're fighting history of the city of Oxnard. The city of Oxnard has history that is not good. Too many people have not forgotten, which is a good thing. But we don't remember what has happened in the city of Oxnard. Mr. Starr, I'm grateful that he handed this out. This is dated July 18th, 2017. The city manager, Mr. Greg Nyhoff, let's not forget, that's the guy that quit on the city. Quit, bailed, ran away. And the public works director, Mr. Ryberg, that's the guy that Mr. Nyhoff let go. And Mr. Ryberg complained after he was let go about things that the city manager made him do. The numbers in the report, I think they're right. The construction guys asked a question. Maybe we need to double check it. Thank you for the time, Mayor.
Thank you very much. I just have a few brief comments. What I would like to say about all of these initiatives is really based on really two things. And this is what I think the people that are listening this evening and eventually the voters, if we decide to place it on the ballot, what they need to really consider. Number one, at the very core of these initiatives is a thought that this city council, this city manager, all the employees of the city of Oxnard are continuing to engage in corruption and mismanagement and the kinds of practices that this very city council put an end to. And it is a story and it is a narrative that the sponsor of this initiative continues to falsely propagate to the people of the city of Oxnard. It is a falsehood because this individual is attempting to convince the public that this city council is corrupt, that the city manager is corrupt. And not only is the city government corrupt, but everybody in city government is incompetent. That's what these initiatives are based on. And they're cloaked as if they're democratic reforms. They're good government. This is the way to conduct ourselves in our city. And there couldn't be anything further from the truth. And the second basis of these initiatives is the author, who I actually know personally, who I actually in many regards admire, believe it or not, and who I deem to be a very intelligent person. But he's not more intelligent than the Public Works Director, the Finance Director, the Recreation Director, the Mayor, the Council, the City Government, all combined. And that's what these initiatives reflect. I am more intelligent than all of you up there. All of you that serve. I know the truth. I know the answer, and I have a monopoly on truth. My way or the highway. It's my way or no way. And that's not what representative government is. That's not what a democracy is. And a democracy is not a dictatorship. There might be elements of some of these proposals that have some merit. Let's just throw out term limits. Maybe that has merit. I'm not going to dispute that. But there's a common thread that ties all of these together, and that is arrogance, and I am above even the public. I'm above the public, and I'm above this city council. I would like the public to once and for all put an end to this cynicism, to this darkness, to this false narrative that's been falsely propagated and continues to be falsely propagated, and say, we are tired of it. We're going to put an end to it, and we're sick and tired of this. This is a waste of time. It is a waste of taxpayers' money. And I'm dumbfounded. How can such an intelligent person continue to try to bring down a government? This is not an anarchy. It's not a minarchy. It is a democracy. We are not here to destroy government. We are here to provide services for the public and to help people. That's why we were elected. And it's time that this nonsense stops. And the public, I think now, is wise enough to know it is enough. Enough, enough, enough. Put an end to this and put an end to the darkness of the past. Let's look forward. Thank you. So now we'll go to item 2. Under the City Attorney Department, the subject, 9212, report regarding expedited processing of certain city-issued development permits if projects meet specific requirements and project applications are filed by specified professionals who have been received required training pursuant to the new program. Program includes audits of approved permits and appeals of certain denied permits and adverse certification actions of specified professionals to newly created appeals board and to the City Council. Recommendation that the City Council receive an Election Code Section 9212 report prepared by the Community Development Director, Jeff Lambert, regarding the following initiatives certified by the City Clerk as sufficient. Expedited processing of certain city-issued development permits if projects meet specific requirements and project applications are filled by specified professionals who have received required training pursuant to the new program. Program includes audits of approved permits and appeals of certain denied permits and adverse certification actions of specified professionals to newly created appeals board and to the City Council. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have spent a lot of time on the first item on the agenda. Let's launch right in. On this one, the council requested a report on this item as well, this initiative, and this one, the report was handled internally by Director Lambert, so I will let him deliver his report now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I also wanted to let you know I'm joined tonight by our Assistant Director and Building Official, Jeff Pengelly, and our Deputy Building Official, Steve Newman. They were both very deeply involved in the preparation of this report. I also just want to remind the council that I have nearly 20 years of experience with a community development director title in 3 cities, and Jeff and Steve both have 20 years plus experience in the building and safety role, so we come to this report with a lot of professional experience. I also wanted to just describe how we went about doing this analysis. Number one, we did this by really trying to put the work into the research, not only of our own process and how this would impact our process here in the city of Oxnard, but also looking at how other cities have processed these kinds of initiatives and efforts, and we did that research as well. I also want to say the focus of our analysis was less about the impact on our day-to-day lives as professionals in the development world in the city of Oxnard, but more on how this initiative would impact our customers. As you'll see from the report, we really tried to understand how this initiative would impact our customers, and that was really the focus of our analysis going forward. I won't read this slide. Obviously, this was intended to show you that this is one of the 4 initiatives that's before you tonight, and we focused on the one at the bottom of the screen. And the purpose of this is to provide an independent, objective analysis of this initiative and its impacts on the city of Oxnard's operations. We tried to focus on 2 areas in particular. One is administrative impacts. I will tell you that also includes safety impacts, and I'll explain that in a moment, and also fiscal impacts was part of our focus. I wanted to first, though, as the previous presenter did, walk you through the various components of the initiative that's before the city tonight. I didn't show impact by component. I'll do that separately once I walk you through those components. So the first is eligible projects. And basically, what's before you tonight is every project that could receive a permit by the city of Oxnard would be eligible for this initiative. That's, as you'll see later, an unusually broad list of eligible projects compared to other cities that might have considered this. But first, you need to understand every project would be subject and available to be processed through this self-certification initiative. Second, list the kind of professionals that would be eligible to receive that self-certification professional designation, and clearly architects and civil engineers, landscape architects, soils engineers, fire professionals, and other licensed professionals that went through the testing and class that the city would put on would be eligible for this program. We do highlight here that the ordinance does require, the initiative does require that we put together a training program to require folks to go through this training in order to be eligible to be self-certified professionals. That is a program that we would have to initiate and design and put together. It also does have a structural peer review, and other cities have other kinds of peer reviews. This one only has a structural peer review provision. That means any application for a permit that has a requirement for a structural engineer, we would have the ability to peer review that portion of the application. I will tell you, of the plans that go through the full plan check process in the city of Oxnard, about 35% of them have a structural engineer requirement or component. That does require us to create and manage a building board of appeals. The job of this board of appeals would be to do just that, appeal decisions of the building official, primarily on whether or not a project is consistent with this initiative and our administrative procedures that would be put in place. There is also a certification statement that every professional that's subject to this initiative would have to sign and place on the plans that they have certified that the plans are compliant with the building regulations in the city of Oxnard. There is a permit revocation process, so there is a risk to applicants that the city does have the ability through the building official's role to revoke permits if we believe they were issued in error and not appropriate or consistent with our regulations, including this initiative. It also allows for field revisions based on voluntary changes by the applicant or their contractor, or mandatory changes that are identified by the inspections that we would do during construction. That does require, as I mentioned, the system to be developed to take these applications in. It's a new way of doing business, so we'd have to create a new system of applications and procedures that would be created should this initiative pass the voters. And then there's also an audit and suspension of certification. And if you read this, I won't read it in detail to you, but if you read all these ways in which the city would audit permits, pretty much every permit that could be issued could be audited. And we'll talk about that more in the impact section in just a moment. So this is an intention to really show how this proposal compares to others, and it's a limited number. There are very few examples to pull from where there's this permit simplicity or self-certification program. Obviously, the most well-known one is Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. And you see here the eligible permit types that would be available for this program, and also those that are not eligible under the Phoenix example. The next two here are Elk Grove, California, and Sacramento County, California. And what's most important in this slide is the previous program, when they adopted these programs, had limitations much more limiting than what's proposed in the city of Oxnard as far as the eligible permits. However, both of those jurisdictions have no longer used this system. They put it in place, found it wasn't productive, and no longer use this system. And then we also looked at Rancho Cordova, which has been mentioned. They considered it but never implemented it, as far as we can tell. I added Riverside here only because they actually, on their own, implemented a very, very narrow self-certification process. As you'll note, they only do self-certifications for re-roofs and water heaters. And it should be noted, many people don't know they need a permit for a water heater. These are very, almost ministerial actions that can be done this way. But I wanted to note that it's not an example of a streamlining simplicity ordinance, but it is one of a city trying to do something on their own to see how they can take a couple of permit types and make them simpler to issue. But all other permits require normal plan check procedures. This is another way of looking at that same information. I have the cities across the top and permit types along the left. What's most relevant here is comparing the proposal in Oxnard, and this is just a sample of a few permit types, but the intention here is to show that all permit types in Oxnard would be eligible to this program as proposed. And even in Phoenix, Arizona, which is often talked about as the model for permit simplicity around the country, they have some similar, but even when they have a permit type that's similar, like a tenant improvement or a new office or commercial building, they have limitations far beyond what is being proposed here in the city of Oxnard. I also noticed the other two jurisdictions that themselves had limitations much beyond what was proposed here, and as I mentioned earlier, they no longer conduct this program. I want to now talk a little bit about the impacts, and I'll start with administrative impacts. First, we focus on administrative impacts, but it really is about safety impacts. And what I mean by that is the building official role would change as a result of this initiative, and the building official has very specific responsibilities for public safety. They are authorized to enforce the provisions of the building code. They're authorized to render interpretations of the code and adopt policies and procedures to implement compliance with the building code. They also shall receive applications and process them through the plan check process, and they also oversee the inspection of those construction projects once they're underway. The initiative before you removes these checks and balances and assigns much of the authority to a self-certified professional, not your hired building official. That's an administrative impact, but also, as you can imagine, has significant safety impacts for the city's citizens and businesses. I also wanted to highlight in California how we're different than Arizona. We have very specific risk factors in California that are different than other parts of the country, as I'm sure the council knows very clearly. Seismic is the most obvious one. We have very different seismic standards in California than other parts of the country. We also have flood standards that are different, and we also, as we've noted in recent years, very different fire-related standards and fire codes in California that are not present in other parts of the country, in particular Arizona. We also have, it's not always known, we have separate accessibility or ADA requirements in California that are different than the national standard. And cities are required to have a CASP or certified accessibility specialist to make sure that developments comply with those accessibility standards. That's unique to California and not something that's available other states. And we also have very stringent energy codes that require a high level of energy efficiency in California. That is not the case in other parts of the country. The proposed initiative removes the checks and balances for the cities, ensuring that these standards are complied with and that public safety is in place in California. Another administrative impact is just to look at our experience. When we look back at our building permit plan check process, literally 35% of applications that we receive and review have significant, what we would say, life safety issues that come in with plans. These are plans done by professional design professionals who might be future self-certified professionals. Our experience is 35% of those applications have significant safety issues. Just a couple examples: fire protections missing, emergency exits missing, and seismic connections not included in those designs. That's a significant concern and impact of this proposal. Also, as I mentioned with the issue of CASP or accessibility, we believe about 50% of applications have serious accessibility issues in that first plan check that could very well be missed if self-certification was relied upon. And again, the same impact of the removes those checks and balances, which is really the whole purpose of the building and safety function at the city of Oxnard or frankly any other city in the state of California. One of the things I think that is very important to highlight is the audit system that's in place in the initiative that's before you. If you read that section, literally every application could be audited. And what that means is we would issue a permit without plan checking the project. They would be under construction. Then we could audit the plans after the permit's been issued. And if we find issues in the field, we would have to stop the project while those issues were addressed. The most impactful thing that you can do to an applicant under construction is stop them in mid-construction. The impact to them of having to stop the mobilized series of contractors and subcontractors is pretty serious, and we believe this is a significant negative impact of the initiative before you. Just a little example in Phoenix on their audits. This is just a snapshot of Phoenix's experience. In one time frame, they had 252 audits issued. 39 of them failed. And then we actually looked at some of their provisions allow for random audits or automatic audits, and even then 17 and 21% of those audits showed failures in compliance with the code. We believe that's a life safety issue, will have significant impact to the city. So the audit system provides uncertainty because it really allows us to do plan check after the fact, not before construction begins, and that creates a lot of uncertainty and likely significant financial impact to applicants when they get into the field. Building inspector's role has the potential to significantly change. Our experience is because we have plan checkers and building inspectors working closely together. Building inspectors, when they go out to inspect construction, they know that plans have been reviewed by a qualified construction specialist, and they're there just to make sure the plans are being constructed according to those plans. If that step hasn't happened, there very well could be a lot more issues of noncompliance in the field. That again would create opportunities for having to stop work, put people on hold while those revisions are being responded to, will have a significant impact on the impact on the cost of construction in the city of Oxnard, and could actually show some contractors looking to not do work in this community if they're going to be facing that kind of risk of impact in the field. One of the other themes of our analysis of this initiative is that it eliminates the one-stop process. And the council knows that that's been a priority of the city to have a one-stop process. The way the initiative is drafted, it requires, if you want to be an eligible simplicity applicant, you have to get all the other agencies' approval before you can come into building and safety. Fire, planning, public works, and other agencies have to be approved before you could come to building and safety as a permit simplicity applicant. That means that the concurrent review that we currently do would no longer be in place for those applicants. That could have a significant delay in the processing of our applications going forward. And one particular troubling part of the initiative that actually says that the plans have to be stamped, reviewed by somebody at the city, but when in fact nobody at the city is reviewing those plans. So what's the implication of having a plan that's stamped, reviewed by somebody which didn't review them? But that's actually how the initiative is written, and we believe that's going to be troubling. So the bottom line here is the initiative eliminates the concurrent review, which is one of the best benefits that we have available to applicants through the building permit process. This is really, I'm not going to go through this in detail, but this is intended to show what the current process looks like in the city of Oxnard and how that plays out. And I think I'll try to use this. So this really shows that an application comes in, we internally circulate it among departments as part of the concurrent review, and that actually aids in somebody moving through the process. The way the initiative is written now, an applicant has to do all that internal circulation first before they can even submit to building and safety. So the burden on the applicant and their team to do all that running around to the various city departments before they can even start the building permit process is there. The other point we want to make here is if there's a stop work in the field because we found something in construction that we didn't have the opportunity to see during plan check, it's going to be a stop work and a recirculation of the plans to fix that issue, and that has significant risk to the applicant going forward. I think the bottom line is the initiative before the council tonight really replaces one bureaucracy with another, not necessarily one that's better for the customer and their experience in the process. We believe that this is going to require staff to convert from being a facilitator to a regulator and spend more of our time keeping track of training programs, keeping track of whether design professionals are currently registered and eligible for the program, and all that administrative work will take away from our plan check work that we do. The council knows that we've really been working towards shifting to facilitators, less regulators. This will fly in the face of that transition that the city has been going through, and it will really undo that whole city applicant partnership that we work together to get somebody through the process and through to construction. Another impact, and this is really more of a fiscal impact, we don't have dollar amounts to this because one of the challenges is we don't know, based on other cities' experience, because there's so little of that, how many people will actually take advantage of the program. But there are, we think there's going to be staff changes to conduct one-day review of the Simplicity application. So what that means is if somebody comes in with a Simplicity application, according to the initiative, we have to decide they're eligible within one day. That could be a full-time job and taking staff time away from the other work that they do. We will be doing audits after the fact, after permits are issued. We could very well be doing more inspections or longer inspections because we have less confidence in the plan check review process, which wouldn't exist for these applications. And we think the staff will then spend more time training and tracking than we will do doing the core work that we're here for. One of the things that Steve and Jeff also brought to my attention was the city has a insurance rating by the ISO. That's based on our work on inspecting and plan checking projects. If we're not doing that, our rating could very well go down, and that would create an increased insurance cost for our property owners in the city of Oxnard. Their insurance is based on the fact that they have a building department that does this work diligently going forward, and we think that's going to have a significant impact on our homeowners going forward. We can't predict exactly what that would be yet because we don't know how many people will take advantage of this program. So in summary, as you heard in the earlier presentation, there are several categories of impacts that we have identified as part of this review. One is it eliminates the one-stop shop, which we think is a significant impact to our customers. One, it creates a new layer of bureaucracy, not a better one, just a new one, that won't show a benefit to our customers as we provide services to them. It eliminates safeguards, which is the whole purpose of our function here in the city of Oxnard, and that not only will impact our developer customers, but the people staying, living, and occupying their buildings once they're built. It requires the city to hire more staff because we think it's going to shift our responsibilities, not eliminate them. creates potential adverse budget impacts for our applicants. That is in particular the thing that could happen is if they're under construction and then we issue a stop work order, that's a significant potential budget impact to those applicants. Increased potential legal exposure because those checks and balances are no longer in place. And it decreases the city's insurance rating, which again would have a significant potential impact financially to our homeowners and property owners. That concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We do have a number of speakers. I'd like to get to those speakers right away. I'll call the speakers in the order in which their speaker cards were submitted. Lorraine Effris, to be followed by Mac McLaughlin, please. To be followed by Nancy Lindholm.
Not sure whether it's me or whether it's the facility, but I'm so cold that I can barely find enough to wrap myself in. This is a very complicated process, and all of us know that the permitting process has been the subject of a lot of complaints and a lot of attempts to make it better, including the one-stop shop. So I really don't feel that I am in a position to understand all the various steps, having never really applied for a permit. But I do know one thing about self-certification, and that one thing is one word, and that is the word Boeing. The Boeing 737 MAX is the product of a self-certification system. The FAA had agreed to allow Boeing to certify itself on quite a few of its safety procedures, and the result, as we know, is 376 lives lost, billions of dollars lost, and tremendous inconvenience to both the airline industry and the flying public. The FAA is under tremendous pressure to explain itself, and there are some lawsuits being instituted against it. Given that information, I think it really behooves us to think incredibly carefully about anything that involves self-certification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mac McLaughlin, to be followed by Nancy Lindholm, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members, staff. My name is Mac McLaughlin. I've been involved in the construction industry for 45 years. I'm here tonight to speak about the expedited permit process initiative. For the record, I don't agree with and oppose all of the initiatives proposed. Having read the initiative, several questions jumped out at me right away. Why are there no limits to the types of project that can be expedited? Surely large structural projects proposed for the city will require oversight to protect the public from bad designs, faulty workmanship, substandard materials. The city has a very serious budget problem at this time, and the initiative proposes several bureaucracies that would be needed to be put in place. Where's the money going to come from to pay for these? The planning department's budget is already stretched very thin. Are they now supposed to make do with even less money because of new rules? Many cities have tried this process, but none, to my knowledge, have the no-limit Texas Hold'em style that this initiative starts out with. There's a gamble that the city cannot afford to bet on because it cannot afford to lose so big. Of the cities that have tried this process, a majority of them have either scaled it back to projects such as re-roofing residential homes or water heater replacements, or cities got rid of the process altogether. And the financial well-being of the city, I urge the council to keep the present permit process in place and not take this large gamble. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nancy Lindholm, to be followed by Corey Harpole, please.
Good evening again. Nancy Lindholm, CEO of the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce. And I know that the permitting process is very complicated. I've been in my position just about 16 years, and trust me, I've gotten my share of phone calls over those years from people that are in the middle of the process. A lot of times it's their fault, they've done something wrong, but this is a very complicated process. What really scares me the most, how are the voters going to understand this initiative? Most voters don't go through this process at all. If they do a home improvement project, they probably have a contractor that goes through the process. Those aren't the people that are going to be voting. It's the voters that will decide on this initiative that is way over their heads. So I think the other thing that I wanted to mention is, as it sounds to me, the city of Oxnard will still be issuing a permit if this goes forward. The city will still have to issue those permits. What kind of liability do I, as a taxpayer resident, assume if something goes wrong and a building falls down?
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Corey Harpole, to be followed by Armando Delgado, please.
Mayor, council members, Corey Harpole, Oakwood Communities. I'd like to thank the council for the opportunity to speak on this initiative. As a developer, my initial thoughts on the initiative is what a great idea. Having my design professionals prepare and certify their own plans with very little involvement by the city. But, the devil's in the detail. And as I did further research and reviewed staff's report, I agree with staff's concerns with the initiative. The initiative would create too much uncertainty and unpredictability, which equates to higher risk for applicants. For instance, plans are currently reviewed by all departments concurrently for code compliance and potential errors by design professionals, and there are some occasionally. The plan review comments are coordinated and presented in a manner that usually helps us respond faster. The initiative does not allow for this and equates to time and schedule risk to the applicants. Secondly, and most important, is that after city plan review, approval, and permit, the inspector and the applicant are fairly confident that the plans are code compliant, which should result in minimal inspection issues in the field. The initiative creates unwanted risk with inspectors finding code interpretation errors in the field and causing stop work orders. This would create major financial and schedule impacts to the applicants. And lastly, the initiative analysis did not look at the impacts to private sector errors and emissions insurance carried by architects and engineers. I believe these premiums would skyrocket if they had to cover self-certification. These costs would be, of course, passed on to their clients. While I admire the efforts of the initiative, the city manager and the community development director are making great strides in streamlining the review process. Is it perfect? Not yet, but I know they are committed to continued improvement to this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Armando Delgado, to be followed by Jonathan Duran, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, dear citizens, first responders, and fellow tradesmen. My name is Armando Delgado, lifelong resident of Oxnard, and for some time now, I've been highlighting our community's concerns with the construction industry throughout the city. We encourage others to not be silent on our city's real problems. Let's highlight some of the positive factors about this proposed initiative first. An important piece of literature I came across recently was Mr. Dennis Havesi's article in the New York Times named "When Builders Are Inspectors." He stated a few years ago that there were about 900,000 buildings in 5 boroughs of New York City. The Department of Buildings at the time issued 68,702 construction permits. The department only had 260 inspectors. Let that sink in for a second. That was an average of 264 projects per inspector to visit in a year with 260 calendar workdays. That's 1 visit per each of the 264 projects in 260 days in a crowded New York City. The permit expediting process allows licensed architects and engineers hired by builders to self-certify that their plans and documents comply with all zoning and building code requirements. Even with today's technology, there is no way that their team of building officials could perform the duties. That's why professional certification, AKA expedited permit processing, AKA permit simplicity, made sense. If I'm not mistaken, the expedited permit process initiative will allow the building owner to appoint the specific architects, engineers, designers, and surveyors. Furthermore, they would require a competent building company to be hired, and the new regulations would stop the old tradition of plan review and project inspections, a well-practiced tradition that is still flourishing elsewhere today in the U.S. Now, I got a lot of notes, and I did a lot of research, but I just want to end this with, some time ago, as concrete was being poured for a third floor of an apartment building at a construction project in Brooklyn, poorly braced beams gave way, and a 22-year-old laborer from a small village in Mexico, Edward Daniel, tumbled to his death under a flood of concrete. Investigators later determined that the developer had previously been cited by the fire department after similar collapses at 4 other construction sites, including the same complex where the final fatal death accident occurred. And the building departments had allowed construction at the sites to resume without inspecting, after accepting the affirmations of the builder's engineer that the safety requirements would be enforced. Under self-certification, sometimes called professional certification, the building department reviews construction applications to see they are complete, but does not subject them to detailed scrutiny of plan examiners under the standard approval process. We're here to build with you. We're here to build better community wealth.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker, Jonathan Duran, to be followed by Steve Bunger, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jonathan Duran. I've been in the construction industry and a union carpenter for 13 years. A little bit of my background is I came from heavy highway infrastructure projects, wastewater treatment plants, and actually worked on the peaker plant out here in Oxnard. Just going with the process of permit simplicity. Having that, it doesn't make sense. You have to have somebody there watching you, making sure that you're doing your job correctly. And if you cut corners, the end result is the community gets hurt. That's where it falls on. Same thing as Armando. I did have a lot of notes to go through, but just touch bases on some of the projects throughout the United States that some corners have been cut. Starting back in 2018 in Florida, Florida International University, pedestrian bridge collapse, design fell. It could have fallen upon a lot of different people. 2019, Colorado Boulder, US 36 collapse. Sinkhole, same thing. What was up with the compaction? Somebody was cutting corners, making a little extra money. And then the final one was here locally, tilt-up building, Camino del Sol. Someone lost their life. Like I said, a failure off the machine or something with the bracing on the concrete. All these things fall back to this permit simplicity. We have to have those checks and balances there for our construction industry, our members, and our families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Steve Bunger, to be followed by Scott Zimmerman, please. If Mr. Bunger has left and he reemerges before the end of this comment period, we'll honor his request. Okay, Scott Zimmerman, to be followed by Pat Brown.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, audience here, and anyone watching. My name is Scott Zimmerman, and I'd like to state as well, for the record, that I don't agree and oppose all of the initiatives that have been proposed here tonight. And now speaking directly towards the expedited permit initiative, this permit simplicity. Quite frankly, it's bad for public safety, and it's bad for the men and women who are actually building the projects. As previously stated by other guys who have come to the podium here. And it's even been cited in the report, some of those examples, like Phoenix, Arizona, 28% of audits failed. And that Phoenix is supposed to be the flagship of self-certification, yet almost nearly 30% of projects are failing audits. That's a big problem and something we don't want to see here. City of Elk Grove also cited or mentioned as an early adopter of the program, no longer implementing this self-certification process. With multiple examples, following in line that with even stringent limitations like some of these cities have had, still have, this being limitless, it's just insanity. It really is. Just call it what it is. And another statistic estimated that 35% of plans filed for plan check review have errors. Once again, insane. That number is way too high. An example of a design failure and the lack of checks and balances. Again, it's been stated time and time again here tonight. A project, Interstate 35 West Bridge in Minneapolis, which collapsed into the Mississippi River and killed 13, came down to a design flaw. Checks and balances never should have happened. If it had been reviewed by qualified, intelligent individuals who are put into place to actually oversee these plans, 13 people would still be alive. Designers had specified a metal plate that was too thin. So when it came down to design and calculating loads, there must be accountability. Someone has to be held accountable for when things go wrong. And this just seems like you're opening the doors to where no one's being held accountable. Major part of the problem came from a practice, and this is what really took me. Assume the design is sound. If we're just going to go based off of assumptions that what people come in and sketch up on a piece of paper and say, you know, a 12-inch sonotube here, maybe an 18-inch one over there, it's not going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, background, you all like your sources.
Better to be safe than be sorry. We all know that going through any kind of a construction, whether it's for a business or a home, that there's always a chance that something is left out, forgotten. Somebody forgot to inspect something when it should have been inspected. Somebody does something that's just going to cut corners just a little bit. Try not to go out of bounds, but you know, we're going to cut corners here, just a little here and there, and it always ends up showing up later on. The problems always come back, because if you'll watch Home and Garden Channel on TV and they'll start tearing into some older building and whatnot, up the floors, or moisture underneath, or the grading was done wrong, and so the water, when it rains, is running into the property, or one thing or another. There's always something, and usually a second look is very valuable sometimes, rather than to hit and miss and guess and hope. Hope doesn't get you very far in the construction industry. You got to know what you're doing, and you got to do it right, and do it right the first time, instead of having to go back and take something apart and refix. I think the one-stop shop idea, I think it must have been about 15 years ago, something like that, and everybody was talking about how great this was going to be, and we were going to pass through so many construction sites and whatnot, and everything was going to go much faster, and it just didn't seem to work out that way. It just didn't seem to work. And a lot of us who aren't in the construction industry were wondering, why is this taking so long? And a lot of it is just plain following by the book and correcting and inspections and all of that. And there's just no way to do it any faster, because you end up with deep trouble later on down the road a piece. It'll always catch up with you. You know, it'll always catch up. So better to do it right than to screw up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Aaron Starr, to be followed by Alicia Purcell, please.
And yet somehow the city of Phoenix has been doing this for 10 years and continues to do it. The permit system in Oxnard is completely broken. Everybody knows that. We continue to hear nightmare stories about how it takes years to get a permit, even churches wanting to do tenant improvements or just putting pavement. It's just crazy. We attempted to collaborate with the city on this. We first met with, back in 2015, 2016, when Nyhoff was here. We were told, thanks, but we'll fix it ourselves. We said, okay, fine. And then we came back, and my wife and I, we sat down with Alex in January 2019. It was the first time we ever met him. And he told us he opposed this and would do everything in his power to fight it. We asked for suggestions. We said, we'll modify the initiative if you like. We received no suggestions. He only emailed us to tell us that he opposed initiatives. But we did make a change, even though you didn't request it, which is that we changed the initiative so that the city council would have the power to modify the language without having to go back to the voters. So if there's something in there that you really, really don't like, you can change it. I'm really disappointed by this report. It doesn't mention all the successful projects that were brought with permit simplicity through, to other cities. It doesn't mention the jobs that were created in construction and in businesses. It doesn't mention the additional tax revenues that were generated. You had a literal building boom in Phoenix as a result of permit simplicity. You don't mention the improved safety due to the fact that fewer projects will be done without the permit process being bypassed. You got so many folks out there that are doing illegal construction because the whole system is just broken. If you actually have a system that works, people will go through the process. You'll actually improve public safety. People want to call this self-certification as if we're proposing something that is used in Idaho or parts of Texas where they do that sort of thing. That's not what we have here. We still have review by city staff. There's peer review required by structural engineers selected by city staff. You've got audits by city staff. You've got the same rigorous inspections being done by city staff. There's just no attempt here to provide any objectivity in this report. It was a report created with a foregone conclusion. And it's taxpayers' money that's being used to fund basically a political hit piece. And I'm really disappointed in this. I think you're better than this. I expect more from a manager, and I think we all should expect more. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Alicia Purcell. To be followed by Miguel Rodriguez, please.
Unfortunately, we don't get enough time to point out all the falsehoods in these reports that we've heard tonight. The allegations being made about the program statuses in other cities are not true, and it is demonstrably the case. When you can't be trusted to give just such fundamental facts, it's a clue to the public that they just shouldn't believe anything else in the report either. I'm going to note a pretty reckless lie, which was quoted in today's VC Star. Page 7 of this report tells the public that the initiative would eliminate, or at least substantially reduce, the safeguards that the building code and permit review system was built around. There would no longer be oversight to verify mistakes are not made, which can impact the life and safety of the citizens. Oh, that sounds terrible. But it's not true. It's clearly designed to scare the public, but it's not true. Under permit simplicity, as Aaron said, there's peer reviews by professionals chosen by the city. There's audits. Repeated audit failures get the professional ejected from the program. The buildings still have to pass all the same rigorous inspections that they pass today under the city's building codes. The city is indemnified for liability. I've heard that come up a few times, and nobody has pointed that out. So that doesn't hang on the taxpayers if somebody screws up. This report pretends that permit simplicity will cause confusion and delay and cost increases for the applicants, and it will cause qualified professionals to avoid work in Oxnard. No, that's what we have now. That's what happens now. Our current system is so broken, it takes so long to get through, and applicants are told that they have to do all sorts of things that the building code doesn't require. But hey, they can't get their permit until they do what the city tells them to, even though it's not in the code. And a lot of professionals have told us they refuse to do projects here because of the system. Businesses that want to come here can't come here because of a prohibitive system. We lose the jobs and the revenues. We have illegal, unpermitted construction all over Oxnard because the system is so impossible. And so by offering a workable, viable path through the system, permit simplicity makes it more likely for residents to actually comply with the codes by doing permitted work. As a final but very important point, this initiative just creates another option, another path through the permit process. Not everyone's going to choose to use it. The existing system will still be there. It'll still work however you guys design it to work, and it'll still handle all the other projects that don't use this route. But this biased and inaccurate report fails to even mention that. But then we knew from the beginning that this was going to be a hit job after the city manager started calling it permit stupidity. So we got what we expected.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Miguel Rodriguez, to be followed by Jackie Tedeschi, please.
Have a good night, City Council. I'm actually here as a Oxnard resident, a recent homeowner. I was actually in the process of renewing my homeowner's insurance, and when I hear all these concerns regarding what this would do for my rates, I can't help to think of other people who are also homeowners who may not be here to be able to voice their concerns. Aside from that, I think that if we were actually looking to add more to the inefficiency, or actually to add another level of bureaucracy and add inefficiency by adding another code enforcement department when we already have one, and not letting the community development department and the actual department that's overseeing the permits do their job efficiently, we would just be doing a disservice, another disservice to our community. I'm also concerned that this will not allow for us to be able to pace projects, and unrestricted construction will be out of control. And aside from that, I'm also just learning that a current statistic today, that if you look at the New York City's Department of Building and you look for the construction violations page, you will find that there's currently, as of today, 2,118,000 plus violations filed with the Department of Building on a program similar to this one. So thank you. Those are my concerns.
Thank you very much. And just updating this again, just to make sure. Next speaker, Jackie Tedeschi, to be followed by Greg Runyon, please.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and staff. I just want to make a couple comments. I think that the past year, especially the past year under the auspices of Jeff Lambert, Community Development, and his crew, I think that things have been better in the permitting process in Oxnard. As an example, on my block, there are 3 homes where they have had various things done. And they also know that I'm the South Bank Neighborhood Council Chair. And they came to me and they stated that they were very pleased with what has happened this past year with their projects. I'm not going to name their names or their projects. And a couple of them were simple, a couple of them were more complicated. But they were given better instructions than other times when they had another home in Oxnard and were trying various things in the city. When I first moved up here, I had many things done to the house, and it was a nightmare. In fact, the contractors would say, "You pull the permits." And I learned a long time ago when I lived in the San Fernando Valley, you don't pull the permits. You let the contractor pull the permits. Let me just say it like that. And they said it was it was from hell to get a permit. But anyway, that has improved, and it's like a packing slip. When you get a package, before you get that package, there's a packing slip at a factory, and all the points are checked off before it gets to your home. For instance, like Amazon or Prime or whatever you want to call it. But you better have all those pieces in there, or quality control. And the contractors, when they go to our building department, they have to have all their ducks in a row. And if they don't have all their ducks in a row, that's their problem. Otherwise, they won't get the approval. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Greg Runyon, please.
Mayor and Council, I was actually going to remain quiet on this one until right at the end. And I got to tell you, this isn't about money. This is about life. And everyone's sitting up here talking about dollars and this and dollars about that. This is about human life. And if I had to be in a building and it fell on me or my wife because someone didn't follow through in a little bit of a process, this isn't about a lawsuit. This isn't about tax dollars. This is about human life. And sometimes an extra set of eyes and an extra dollar matters, because I don't care if it's Mr. Starr, I don't care if it's Bert Perilla, I don't care if it's Tim. If one of you lost your life because someone put dollars above life, don't even pretend that any of us would be talking about anything else. This is about life. It's not about an easier permit process. It's not about this. It's not about that. And so if I got to take an extra day to make sure that I'm going to be okay in the high rise I go in or in the community I live in, then you know what? I'll take the extra day so that I can live an extra year. And just like I said before on the roads, people need to understand, it's not even about the quality of life. It's about life. And I would not want any of you to put getting something easier above living life longer. And to me, what all of this is coming down to is, does government need to change? Absolutely. Some of you ran on the thing of, we need to make this better. We need to streamline. We need to do this or that. And I get all that. But this was the one I thought that I was going to be the most quiet on, and now I see I'm more passionate about it, because you know what? This isn't about a political platform. This isn't about getting our name in the press. This isn't about running for office. This isn't about any of it. This is about life. And if we can't keep our residents safe, what are we doing? So please, on this one, don't argue about dollars. Don't argue about this. This is about life, because building is hugely important, and we all know that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the speakers. Correct, Madam City Clerk? Okay. So what we'll do now is call on council members for council member comments, and we'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. You know, I think it sounds really good. Let's have permit simplicity so people can avoid the backlog, et cetera. And I've been advocating for a long time, and I think we see a lot of progress with improvement in our planning staff, getting more positions filled. I'm grateful for that. But the person who really said what I was thinking right away when I heard self-certification was Ms. Efros, who said Boeing. And of course, that may be a very extreme example, but that really kind of tells us when there isn't another set of eyes or there's a conflict of interest, we've got to get this done, we got to get paid, corners are cut. In my legal life, I have represented people who've had problems with contractors doing shoddy work, contractors who don't always tell the truth about their qualifications or what they're doing. And sometimes it's a very tragic thing financially for a family. But also, if it's actually done in a shoddy way, and there isn't any another set of eyes on it, making sure that the design, the materials, all the things that go into it is not well done, people will get hurt and perhaps fatally hurt. So I'm also would like to know what the liability of the city is. We heard some discussion, Mr. Fisher, that the city would be indemnified. I can't imagine that somebody would say, okay, there's a clause here that says the city's indemnified, that a homeowner or an injured worker or their family would not sue the city for allowing shoddy construction. Can you comment on that?
Well, those are issues that are unresolved given the scope of what we have in front of us. What I do know is that the design professional community is very good through their lobbyists at legislating protections against the kind of liability that you're talking about. So that, as I said, is something that would remain to be seen. Another issue would be how this affects governmental immunities under the Government Claims Act. relating to the issuance of permits.
And then finally, I think the warning from the gentleman from Oakwood Homes that this could increase insurance costs for homeowners and others is something that we all really need to consider. So I appreciate all of these issues being brought to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Perillo.
Number one, I'd like to thank every speaker. I would specifically like to thank Mr. Runyon. Mr. Runyon, you're damn right. If it was my wife or the mayor's wife or your wife, it wouldn't just stop here. There was an issue at St. John's Hospital with mold in the building because the building was put together wrong. Somebody didn't check the job. There was an issue at the South Oxnard Library. The windows leaked. Somebody didn't check the job. That falls back not on this particular matter, and I give Mr. Starr and Mrs. Starr credit for the work that they've done here. But somebody didn't check the job. I look at that. If I was in the spot when that was done, it's the city manager's responsibility. It's the department that is supposed to do that. I hold him accountable. He wasn't here, and neither was I. That St. John's Hospital was personal to me. That was a night that a lady died. She was the sister of the guy that was sitting in the wheelchair in the back. I appreciate Mr. Lambert bringing up the accessibility and certified accessibility specialist. Those things matter. We have planners and we have inspectors, and we make lip service when we say we're going to do one-stop shop. I've been here. It's a broken record. I need to hold people accountable. I need to hold myself accountable. We need to do better. We have organized labor sitting in the back, two major functions in our community, two major organizations in our community. One of them came to us and talked about a job that had been done by a person that got a contract here. Ditch cave-in, guy was killed. Fortunately, they brought it to our attention. The city looked at it. These were all before this item was on the agenda. We can't half-ass the jobs that we do as a city council because Mr. Runyon is right. It's not about money. There's been an issue a bit off the track here. There's been an issue about the PAC. And I asked a question, what are we going to do if, as the city manager has said, the place is full and there's an earthquake and we've never even checked if this building is seismically fit? Who's going to be the genius that tells us, what do we say at the funeral? 1,600 people. Mr. Runyon, that's 1,600 people. I can't imagine what I'd say. I'd need every bit of help that I could get, but I'd probably kill myself if I was responsible for that, because that's wrong. The self-certification is wrong. We have a neighborhood chair sitting in the front row right there for South Bank. She and I were involved in a neighborhood, the South Bank where I live, because they did self-monitoring, equivalent to self-certification. On June 6th of 2000, the fire department evacuated 6 homes on Grapevine Drive in South Bank neighborhood. Mayor, 1 minute. Hydrogen sulfide was at explosive levels. It'll kill you much lower. People in the city of Oxnard were aware of it, and they told management, and management said from the people in Oxnard that after they retired, spoke to me personally, why would we want to bother the citizens? We cannot have that. Ms. Effris is right. The news stories are coming out. People that work for Boeing knew there was a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, you got 3 kids in the house, you got a wife, you got ex-wife, you got whatever the hell payments. How far are you going to go and say, screw it, I'm telling the truth? And then if you do, who's going to listen to you? It's called suicide. We have people that will cut corners to make the almighty dollar. There's nobody walking on water that I know of. With respect to a system that works, our building system and the inspections have to get better. But this is not a fix. Again, all the respect in the world for the amount of work that's been put in this initiative. I was involved in an initiative process with the mayor called the Traffic Initiative. Tremendous amount of work. I respect what they have done. I cannot support this. The issue about recently, we had a road construction job on Harbor, and it was a terrific looking job, but somebody didn't supply the contractor with the right kind of asphalt. So luckily, there had to be somebody that checked. Otherwise, who got screwed? somebody lived in Oxnard, called the population. We cannot allow that to happen. I am not saying Mr. Starr or Mrs. Starr are looking to do that, but I've worked in enough businesses and for enough people that if we can cut a corner, do you want the job or not? And when you get put in that spot, until you've been there, you don't understand what the hell that means. Thank you very much, Mayor, and I cannot support this.
Thank you very much. I'll just say to my council colleagues and to the public that several years ago, the city council, previous members of the city council and current members of the city council expressed a lot of concerns based on complaints that they received from applicants that had to go through oftentimes a very lengthy and very confusing process. And so I took it upon myself, working together with the city council, because the city council, it was a group effort. It wasn't on my own. It was collective, that the city council then supported a concept called a one-stop shop. And I began that process with Ms. Golden and the previous city manager, Greg Nyhoff. And a lot of changes were made, a lot of very positive changes, but there was still work, that had to be done. And then Mr. Lambert was hired, and we have seen that the wait times, the staffing levels, and a whole variety of things have been addressed so that when somebody comes to the city of Oxnard to apply for a permit, it's no longer the case of we're going to try to find a reason, and I'm not saying previously this is the way employees thought, but it's not a question of we're going to find a reason to not give you the permit or deprive you of the permit. We're going to try to find a reason here to give you the permit, to honor that and to work with you and to make sure that this job gets done as quickly as possible, because we're in the job of promoting business, not hurting business. And it is true that there have been issues. But I think, once again, this is another Johnny-come-lately attempt to take something that was pervasive 5 years ago and say it's happening right now. It's just as bad today as it was last year, the year before, the year before, and that is simply not true. And Mr. Nguyen and Mr. Lambert led a process where they actually met with the development community to have an open dialogue, to say, tell us what's wrong, because we're here to listen and we're here to change it. And that's exactly what we've done under Mr. Nguyen's leadership and under the leadership of Mr. Lambert and his staff and many other people. It's not just these two men, many other people, and then the collective effort of the city council. So I think this initiative, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe it would have made more sense as a means of just shaking it up. But today, I will say honestly, not only is Oxnard open for business, but you come to the permit center, you apply for a permit, and you're going to see a different attitude. You're going to see different leadership. And we are moving forward with that, and I know that the city manager at some point would probably like to address this also.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Someday I'm going to teach a graduate seminar about local government, and this entire night is going to be half of the semester. It's going to be a lot of fun. I have so much to say about these initiatives, but there will be ample opportunities in the future to discuss these issues publicly. I do want to right now, because the reports and the public speakers have more, in my mind, more than made the case. I want to address just one thing, because I think it's very clever of Mr. Starr to bring up the fact that he met with me and to partially quote what I said to him. So I'm going to take, this is going to be very brief. I want to read to you my actual written response after our meeting. And this is from approximately 1 year ago. It says, "Dear Aaron and Alicia, thank you again for taking the time to meet with me and to explain your purpose for your next ballot initiative. As we discussed, I cannot support this method of trying to improve the city government. I do not believe in managing or governing through the ballot initiative process or through the courts, frankly. While I have heard the complaints about the city's permitting process, throwing the baby out with the bathwater is not the answer. It is imperative that I analyze the existing process to determine exactly where the problems are in order to prescribe the best corrective measures. I am conducting that analysis now. I appreciate your input, and I think we simply have a fundamental difference in our approach to improving City Hall. Mr. Starr cleverly quotes me as saying that I oppose ballot initiatives. I don't oppose ballot initiatives. I think there's an appropriate place for ballot initiatives. These are not those occasions. And it's very clever to come in to see me, say, hey, I've got a plan here to throw out your baby with the bathwater. What temperature would you like to adjust the water? It's very clever. And I am better than that. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Councilman McDonald.
I know I said I was going to reserve my comments, but I fibbed. I apologize. I'm going to bring up an email I got earlier this week from a homeowner who said, my house got hit by a car several weeks ago. We're in plan check, and we're hoping to not be in there for 8 weeks. And somebody suggested I call you and ask you to look into it. And before I could even reach out to the staff member that was involved, I got another email from them saying, never mind, we just got a call. But I went ahead and reached out to the staff member anyway, and I said, here's the issue, here's the concern. Can you tell me where we're at with this? And the response was, we will be done with the review this afternoon. If not this afternoon, first thing tomorrow morning, we will get comments back to the homeowner. And that afternoon, I got a message from the staff member saying, we're done, we made comments, we returned the plans. And so I called the homeowner, I says, you should have your plans back, and they were just ecstatic. So the point of this little story is, did we have an imperfect system? Yeah. Do we still have a bit of an imperfect system? Probably so. But I think we're making great strides in improving that system and moving forward, and staff is the integral part of doing that, and that Mr. Lambert, his crew, be it on the planning side or the building safety side, I think they are truly working towards a system that will benefit everybody in our community, and we won't have those huge time lags. So do we have ways to go? Yeah. But I just want to take a time out to shout out to staff saying, thank you for the changes that I'm seeing. Thank you for the work that you do. And to the staff member, Mr. Lambert knows who you are, and will be hopefully passing on my comments to you. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have additional remarks, or no? Did you hit it on accident, or? No, I guess it was an accident. Okay. No other further comments?
I'd just like
Councilman
to, I may have sounded as if I'm taking on the planning department and the inspectors in the city. I'm not. They need more help. I'm grateful for the city manager that we have. When a developer came to me and was complaining about something and asked me to do something, and I asked him, would you like to talk to the city manager? And it was no way in hell. And the reason, they were afraid there would be retaliation. The guy did agree to meet with the city manager, and some very positive things came out of that. He had to follow the rules like everybody else, but Mr. Nguyen has done a lot to expedite this process. I echo Mr. McDonald's comments. This has gotten a hell of a lot better.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that ends item 2. And now if we go to page 3 of the agenda, the City Council is going to enter closed session again. And Madam City Clerk, I'll just make sure I double check this. And we do have 2 speakers for the closed session item. If anyone else here would like to speak, then we'll do that. But let me go ahead and read exactly why we're going into closed session. The City Council will recess to a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, based on existing facts and circumstances, to decide whether to initiate litigation in 4 potential cases. Aaron Starr, to be followed by Alicia Purcell, please.
I'm going to tell you something about me that you may not know. I'm actually a very collaborative type person. I don't like hostilities. I don't like adversarial relationships. Prior to 2016, there was only one time that I ever initiated a lawsuit, and that was back in 1988. It was against the city of Simi Valley. They had illegal sign ordinance that violated the First Amendment. The judge ruled in my favor, and people were able to express themselves in a legal way. 2016, different experience here. I tried working with the city. The city mayor told staff to talk with me after the rates went up for the utilities. We tried having meetings. They kept postponing them. They eventually canceled them. So we went forward with no other choice but to go with the initiative. And what'd you guys do? You sued me. You sued me because I wanted to gather signatures for an initiative. And that was just wrong. And ever since then, we've never really been on a really good footing as far as a relationship goes between me and you folks. It even got to the point where Daniel Rydberg at one point said, you know, Aaron Starr is someone you can actually work with. I sat down with him. He's reasonable. We went over the numbers. He came up with some intelligent thoughts here, and he wants to work with us. And he sent that to you folks in an email, and then you promptly fired him. And that is the level of collaboration that I've seen from this city. So I don't know what you're planning on doing today. It's kind of disconcerting that in the middle of this meeting, you're having a special closed session to deal with 4 matters. We have 4 initiatives, and there's only one person that you could possibly sue if that's what you're going to do, and if that's what this is about. And I know it's yours truly, me and my wife. All we ever wanted to do was make this city a better place. You might disagree with what we want to do, but at the end of the day, we want the same thing that you do. We want, a city that follows the law. We want the most bang for our money. We want more services for the same amount of money, and we want to accomplish that. So, maybe you're going to sue me today, maybe not, I don't know. But I can tell you that I want you to remember that there's a real human being here, and he wants to do what's right, and I hope you do too.
Thank you very much. Alicia Purcell, please.
I just think it's interesting. I just heard a lot of citations of problems that happen when city planning departments approve plans and things went wrong. When we put Measure M on the ballot, you guys said we would all be swimming in sewage if it passed. We'd have sewage mixed with our drinking water if it passed. The city manager staged very dramatic meetings, much like this one that we've had here tonight. And we're not swimming in sewage, and we're not drinking sewage, even though Measure M passed. You sued us based on advice of your legal counsel and city manager. They said, we got a great case here. There's going to be a slam dunk. Woohoo, let's go do it. But it was bad advice. And the judge has ruled against you 3 times so far on that case, and you're still fighting it. Just because you don't agree with a policy suggestion or you don't like it doesn't mean that it's illegal. But here we go again. You're talking about suing somebody tonight. And if you sue based on these initiatives, you're trying to undermine a right that we're given in the state constitution to put initiatives on the ballot. And putting items on the ballot for a public vote is not a dictatorship and anarchy, as we heard alleged very dramatically earlier tonight. You're going to go in the closed session, decide whether to sue somebody to keep measures from being put to the ballot for a vote, and saying the initiatives are destroying democracy. Well, it seems like what you're doing. So just want you to consider that, and the same voters that put you in office should have the option to decide on these measures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Madam City Clerk, that appears to be all the speakers. So the City Council will recess to closed session and reemerge following the closed session and make announcements, if necessary, through the City Attorney. and take on further items. Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, the City Council has just emerged from closed session, and we'll have the City Attorney make his announcement.
Thank you, Mayor. The Council has directed the City Attorney to initiate legal actions regarding three of the four initiatives. By a vote of 6-1 with Councilmember Madrigal dissenting, the City Council voted to initiate litigation on the measure entitled New Requirements Regarding the Way in Which City Council Meetings, Council Committees, and Other Legislative Bodies Are Run. By a vote of 6-1 with Councilmember Madrigal dissenting, the City Council voted to initiate litigation on the measure entitled Early Termination of Measure O Sales Tax if specific pavement standards for city streets and alleys are not met, extension of Measure O sales tax for additional 5-year periods if specific pavement standards are met. By a vote of 6-1 with Councilmember Madrigal dissenting, the City Council voted to initiate litigation on the measure entitled Expansion of Duties of Elected City Treasurer by appointing the City Treasurer as Director of Finance and giving the City Treasurer additional duties pursuant to that new role, authority over City's Finance Department, selection and oversight of internal auditor, establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly financial reports, establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly performance measurements for city departments, and preparation and submittal of annual city budget. That concludes the report.
Thank you very much. And now we'll proceed with the City Council agenda. We're now on page 3 of the agenda under item H under reports. Item 1, City Attorney Department. Subject, consideration of action on initiative measures title. Number 1, new requirements regarding the way in which City Council meetings, council committees, and other city legislative bodies are run. Number 2, early termination of Measure O sales tax if specific pavement standards for city streets and alleys are not met. Extension of Measure O sales tax for additional 5-year periods if specific pavement standards are met. Number 3, expedited process of certain city-issued development permits if projects meet specific requirements and project applications are filed by specified professionals who have received required training pursuant to the new program. Program includes audits of approved permits and appeals of certain denied permits and adverse certification actions of specified professionals to newly created appeals board and to the City Council. And number 4, expansion of duties of elected City Treasurer by appointing the City Treasurer as Director of Finance and giving the City Treasurer additional duties pursuant to the new role. Authority over City's Finance Department, selection and oversight of internal auditor, establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly financial reports, establishment, preparation, and submittal of monthly performance measures for city departments, and preparation and submittal of annual city budget. Recommendations that the City Council, number 1, for each of the 4 initiatives, either A, adopt the ordinance, or B, call an election, and 2, if calling the election, adopt a resolution ordering consolidation with the November 3rd, 2020 statewide election and requesting the county clerk to conduct the election and authorizing the Board of Supervisors to canvass the returns. Mr. Fisher.
So first, if I could ask the council to, since it's after 10 p.m., to take up this item through a majority vote pursuant to the procedure rules.
Okay. So to extend the meeting beyond 10 p.m.
Motion.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem has made the motion, and it was seconded by Councilman Prello, and we want to go ahead and vote. There's wrong one. So everyone's agreed to the extension. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. So based on the actions taken in closed session that were just announced, this item H1 now only pertains to the third item that you read in the subject, the expedited permit processing of certain city-issued development permits, et cetera, since the other three items will be subject to a court challenge. Now, as is basically self-explanatory in this recommendation, the options the city has at this point are to adopt the ordinance outright or to call an election. And the resolutions that have been, or resolution that's been included in the agenda materials includes all of the authorizations that would be needed in order to order that consolidation with the statewide election and all the requests to the county clerk to conduct the election, as well as the other county involvement in that election.
Okay, yes.
I would suggest that we call for an election for the remaining item.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilman McDonald, a second by Councilman Madrigal. The vote, please.
There may be public comment. I don't know if there are cards.
I have a comment.
I haven't looked. Okay, sorry about that.
A comment.
All right, let me check this out. Let me update it. And Greg Runyon. Sorry about that.
So, Mayor and Council, I just have a couple. I don't know if this is actually going to come out as a question, a comment, or a complaint. I'm not sure I agree with the lawsuit. I don't know. Obviously, I wasn't in closed session. But I would tell you that to have that vote before you heard public comments, there's a word I'm looking for. It doesn't look good. Granted, the vote probably would have been the exact same, but the public didn't get to make any comment before you decided that we're going to go ahead and go to litigation about the election or the process. So that could be just a comment, a complaint. Just you guys deal with that as you will. I just want you to know, though, something very interesting happened while you guys were in closed session. I had a chance to talk to Alicia and Aaron and had a really nice conversation with them. She made some of the best white chicken chili soup. It was fantastic. But I was really sad because it was just the three of us. She made it for everybody. And nobody really kind of took the time. I hope we can forget past our politics interfering in our relationships with people. And I know I'm talking pie in the sky. We were at our event on Sunday, and I was telling people, let's take the time to thank our city government. Let's take the time to thank our police. Let's take the time to remember how to be civil. There's not one of you on that dais who isn't doing what you think is best. I know our city manager is doing his outright best for this city. He's been here a short time, but he really is doing his best. I think Aaron and Alicia are doing what they think is right. We don't have to agree with it to be downright decent. And I know I'm talking as a private citizen. You guys are working as public officials, and emotions always get involved. But I can't check somebody else's emotion. I can only check mine. And if those of us who consider ourselves to be decent people can't be decent with the people we disagree with the most, then the example we set is pretty poor. So I just want you to know that while I may not agree with what you did, I'm so thankful that you're here. I'm so thankful that you're doing it. I'm thankful for this process. And I just hope that in the future you might think that to hear the comments first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I, just very quickly, Councilman Perrella, just for a second. Well, Councilman Perrella, just for a second. So I just want to be able to say to the speaker that prior to entering closed session, we had comment. It was open for comment prior to going into closed session. So I just want to make sure we stated that for the record. Councilman Perrella.
Mayor, I'd like to ask the city attorney to explain item G1 on the agenda. I read it to mean this. I read it, not the meaning. I'd like him to explain it. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subdivision D4, 4 cases. The public had an opportunity to address the 4 cases, correct? I mean, that's, I'm putting words in your mouth. What did that mean?
So, given well, we had public comment where 2 residents spoke, as you're indicating. So that opportunity did exist.
Okay. Very well.
We still love you.
Okay. So that ends public comment then on those items. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to address the suggestion that this is personal animosity, certainly not on my part. And I'll accept that Mr. and Mrs. Starr are doing what they think is best. I accept that, but I personally disagree. And what my vote is going to be, and I hope always will be, is for the good of the city and the residents of the city, and in particular, their safety and governance and democracy. It is not personal, and I'm sure that Mrs. Starr is a wonderful cook.
Thank you very much, and I would concur with those remarks. Councilman McDonald, did you have any further comments or? Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Councilman McDonald, a second by Councilman Madrigal. So the vote, please.
The motion carries 6-1.
Okay, and with no further items, Mr. Fisher, any additional?
Just to clarify for the record that was a vote to call an election on item under H1, the subject matter, item 3, the expedited processing of certain city-issued development permits.
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to go on the record as stating that I believe that this item should also go to litigation.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned. I'd stick around and eat some more, but I've already had 2 meals before I came. I had 1 meal now. I'm still hungry. I could eat another one.